Just a few miles southwest of America's Windy City, amongst a sprawl of industrial facilities and open fields, Autobahn Country Club sits awaiting racing action for the weekend. For GRIDLIFE Touring Cup, it's the first time the series and many of the competitors have visited this 2.1-mile, 15-turn road course. This afternoon, in the oppressive heat of the midday in Joliet, Illinois, GRIDLIFE TrackBattle Chicago rages in the simmering sun, and it all begins with GRIDLIFE Touring Cup qualifying. 26 drivers will line up to set their fastest times of the day in an effort to start up front and stay up front for GRIDLIFE Touring Cup race number 1. So qualifying on track right now for GRIDLIFE Touring Cup. Welcome to GRIDLIFE Live. My name is Kyle Hired, and I was going to be joined by Tom O'Gorman. I don't know where he is, but he might be on track qualifying a race car right now in what I think is one of the Myriad Motorsports cars. I got promo, give me a hand signal, let me know that's the case. DJ Alessandri has also just popped in the booth here, and he might come fill in for Tomo, maybe, because Tomo's out on track. So we're back up live again. Thanks for bearing with us as we got through some technical issues. We almost got some things sorted out. We almost have a second camera angle that I'm still working on getting sorted, but we'll have that soon as we line up for qualifying here. So welcome back, DJ. It's going well. It's not been the smoothest of days, but we now get cars back on track again. And as soon as I can get the actual qualifying going up on screen, I think we'll have a good day. I
was getting a sandwich and I saw GLTC cars out there. I'm like, oh God, I was supposed to help Kyle.
All right, so I think we'll be set by times. Take a look. That looked like I had it right before. There it is, 136.213 for Ryan Upham in the number 13 BMW. He had a really good run at Gingerman a couple weeks ago here, DJ, but I think this is going to be a really interesting weekend.
But right as you say that, Andy Smedgaard jumps to the top of the board by almost 3 seconds, about 2.5 seconds over now second place Ryan Upton.
So I talked to Aaron Lichty just before I came up here, and Aaron is, you look at him and he's always the guy that's at the top of the board. But I talked to him earlier. He's got some throttle body issues with that car. It's detuned massively with the K24 that he's got in it. So right now, it's so close to being basically just a shut throttle body that it's actually sucking it closed at very high-end RPM. So he's actually having issues with the car going into limp mode, and that means that he might not be able to attack qualifying as much as he wants. He said that he might be a 4th or 5th place car. So Andy Smedgaard goes to the top of the board at 133.978, a driver that ran really well at Gingerman, even though his car wasn't in full operating condition.
Well, I mean, Aaron just put down his first flying lap. He's less than a tenth away from Andy right now, sitting in second place. And then the other K-Miata, driven by Emil Tab, finds himself in the third place, but a good 2 seconds back from our front two right now. So right now we got the Andy Smedgaard and the Aaron Lichty show. But something that Aaron could probably do is he could probably put a bunch of more weight in the car and then dial it to a different tune that requires more throttle anyway, so it's like a higher horsepower tune. That might be like a band-aid you could put over like the current issue that he's dealing with.
Yeah, I'm still skeptical to say that it would do anything other than be a minor inconvenience for a guy like Aaron. He's one of the competitors that has visited Autobahn Country Club back in 2009. A lot of the other drivers have not yet been here, though. So learning a new racetrack and being fast, that's also pretty challenging.
Yeah, you know, before you come to a new track, you tend to hop on YouTube and try to figure out, like, where does the track go? What does it look like? And Aaron Lichty's video popped right up. And like you said, yeah, 9 years old. He was wheeling an S2000 around this here racetrack. And it really looks like it hasn't changed much in 9 years, if I'm remembering the video correctly.
So right now we got cars coming across the track. Looks like Tom O'Gorman's come back to pit lane. His best time as he had run before, he was actually 11th with a 139.102. Not too bad, but it's still a couple seconds off pace. But yeah, it looks like he does have some issues as he heads back in.
I mean, it drove in under its own power, so it can't be that much of an issue.
They're looking up underneath the car right now under the right side skirt.
And Aaron Lichty improves his last time by more than a second. Now it's a 33.0 for Aaron. So he's a good second in front of Andy Smedgaard at this point. It's still the Andy and Aaron show, though. Pervez moving into third place, a 135.6 for Pervez. Emil Tab just a couple tenths behind him.
A lot of improvements coming across the line. Pervez Randelia really, really solid at Gingerman Raceway a few weeks ago in the number 75 FRS. And that has the normal FRS motor. That's not a K-swap. That has the Subaru Boxer engine in it. And I heard Derek Yarbrough saying that he thinks that's probably the fastest FRS with the unopened motor probably in America. It's really, really quick, and it's only about a second and a half off Aaron Lichty's best time right now.
Yeah, Pervez coming out strong here on his, I believe this is his third GLTC race. Bill Griffin who's driving a Spec E46 car. I think he just threw a wing on the back of it. Bill Griffin finds himself landing into the top 10. It's so close between him and Jeremy. Only 4 thousandths of a second between 10th and 11th right now, Bill and Jeremy there.
I see Adam Jabay out on track as well. And the number 75 Civic that just blew by the screen that you just saw him head down into turn number 1. Good to see Adam on the racetrack a little bit. And he usually gets to just watch the series. He's the brains behind it all, and it's fun to watch him get out there and enjoy it.
That thing looks so JDM with its tailpipe that kind of curls up.
It's got Lamborghini doors on it.
Oh, that's out of control.
It's awesome.
Adam, when you watch this later, that's out of control, and you know it, and I love you for it.
It's the best. It's the coolest thing. Number 19 has come back down pit lane. I don't have it on the at the top end of the timing and scoring, so he's turning back to pit road.
Aaron Lichty came by again, dropped another half second off. You know, Andy Snedgaard put that lap down on his first flying lap and hasn't improved on it. Aaron's done 3 laps since then that was faster. So Aaron putting on a clinic right now. He has pole position by 1.5 seconds, and that's with those potential throttle body issues.
Yeah, I mean, he's been really impressive. Smedgaard still second. Rangelia back in third. Emil Tab fourth. Ryan Upham fifth. All of the typical players that you'd expect. Luke McGrew in seventh. He redid the diff. He sent his differential off to get basically fixed up. It wasn't unlocking. It just basically was locked the entire time, and that's why he said it was so out of control at Gingerman Raceway a few weeks ago.
So I talked to Luke after the practice session just to kind of see what he was thinking about the car, and Luke was talking about how he had to drive around the problem so much before that what the car was doing that he finds himself getting in throttle too early, because before he'd have to like barely tip into the throttle so the dip wouldn't lock and shoot his car sideways across the track. Now he's figuring out how to retrust the car. The thing's been trying to kill him for 2 GLTC race weekends now, one at Coda and one at Gingerman. The thing is, it's been out for blood, but not in a good way. So Luke finally has a car under him that he can trust. So we'll see him build speed throughout the weekend.
I'm going to change my announcer tech because it still says Tom is commentating. But
this is definitely not Tom.
It's definitely not Tom. We'll fix that up. Hurry, there we go, DJ. Now you're on screen.
Yeah, I'm famous.
So we had a secondary camera feed that's not quite operating as good as we would like it to. So just hang tight for that. We might get it
considering it's a black screen, not operating.
It's not amazing.
It's doing.
We might have something. Yes, we do.
There we go.
Sick. Okay, let's get it fired up here. Camera 2, and let's change it over. This is all we're doing.
We're watching Kyle do his magic right now. This is behind the scenes, inside baseball.
There we go. There's turn 8 and 9 and 10.
So anybody who got to see the last 15 seconds got to see some of the magic.
No, the real magic is Matt Johnston, who we need back very badly. I'm at Ohio.
Well, he's the magic man.
Yeah. All right, so there's also Rob Manicheri. We have not seen him. Oh, here he is. He's P8. So are we a little bit surprised that he's not a little bit farther up the order than P8?
Yeah, I think this is a lot of the first time for a lot of these drivers here, and there's a lot of gotcha sections on the track, and you can definitely tell that Aaron Lichty has been here before.
Yeah, and that's one thing I just heard Scott Giles behind me. This is Rob Manicheri's first time here. So, again, we talked about not only learning a racetrack again for the first time this year, but learning a racetrack for the first time ever. There was a practice session earlier today, but not everyone got as many laps, as many reps as they need. We raced 4 times this weekend. You better be learning out here. Again, your qualifying session is only about 20 minutes long. We're halfway through it already, so I think for some drivers, it's not about raw pace. It's getting out there and learning how you're going to attack this track when the green flag drops later today.
Now, maybe somebody can jump in, but did Andy hold records on this track in time attack at some point in the past? Yes. I got a head nod yes from promo, so if it's completely wrong, you can blame him.
we'll put it all on promo.
I threw him completely under the bus. But yeah, so Andy, not a stranger of this track at all. Now, he had problems at Gingerman with the car. It was misfiring. It just wasn't doing it quite what it should. I think he just pulled in, actually.
Yeah, he did, and he's currently second on the board at 1:33.743, about 1.1 seconds off Aaron Lichty's time. Pervez Randelia just came back on through. No improvement there, about a half second off his best time. Improvement for Luke McGrew puts him 6th best at 1:36.308. I'm a little bit surprised. We're seeing pretty large gaps between each driver, though. But again, I think it's going to get closer as the weekend goes on.
Right. So Andy actually pulled off track. And now I wonder if he has somebody on the radio telling him how much Aaron is smoking everybody right now. And he decided just to come in and save some tire for the weekend. Because while these are short sprint races, it's kind of like a little bit of a marathon. You're essentially we're all club racers here. We don't have this unlimited budget. You're essentially on the same tires from the start of the weekend to the end of the weekend. And a lot of the tires fall off pace throughout the weekend. So, Andy goes, okay, that's a fine time. Second is good enough. I'm going to come in and save the tires for later in the weekend. Meanwhile, I think Aaron's just out there just running laps.
And we already documented that he's been having some throttle body issues. So I think maybe trying to diagnose some of that, playing around with, I don't know what settings you got. But that thing's basically a NASA rocket. So I'm sure he's probably got things to toy with and maybe try to alleviate that issue. But the Myriad Motorsports cars are back this week, the first time this season. An S2000 powered FRS driven by Justin Kelly, then an S2000 driven by Tiffany Kelly. They're out on track. Justin Kelly is 11th. And Tiffany Kelly, I don't see, at least in the top 17 right now. So it looks pulled in. So thanks, Scott. So Justin, the quicker of the Myriad Motorsports cars right now in 11th.
So we'll see those cars eventually. They'll pass on the stream. They're red and black. They look beautiful. They're liveries.
Matching liveries. That's so cool.
They look so good. So you could be super jealous of how good those guys' cars look. All right, so Aaron's in the pits. Rob Manicheri's in the pits.
Ryan Upham is also in pit lane. That's the red BMW passing your screen right now. There's Lichty in the number 190K Miata. And right behind him, Rob Manicheri. Another one of
those two were drafting.
They could have been. And there is enough straightaway here between turns 10 and 11 that might be something to consider. Again, this is not necessarily what I would call a draft track. It's not any place like Road America. But there's enough straight that I'm sure you could use that a little bit to your advantage.
Yeah, it's definitely a driver's track in that regard. Gingerman, there's a couple of fast enough areas where the draft will actually come into play, but really there's not that many big drafting opportunities here today here at Autobahn. Forgot where we were for a second there, Kyle.
Jonathan Yu jumps up to 10th at his number 200. So I actually talked to John a little bit ago. We met him for the first time. I've been to a couple events that he's been at and haven't crossed paths just yet. Justin Kelly improves to 9th. Ben Dozeman back after having a week of damaged race cars, so I just broken race cars. He jumps up to 8th on the board with a 136.824. So put Dozeman 8th, Kelly 9th, and Jonathan Yu rounding out your top 10. Rob Manicheri still 11th, and Boysen Chatroop, who ran really well in Gingerman, he sits 14th, and Bill Griffin 15th.
Yeah, and then Tom only got one lap. He's sitting in 17th right now. Do you know how big the field is this weekend?
We had, I believe, 26 cars is the last number that I heard.
All right, so Tom with one lap isn't last, so that's good.
It's better than nothing.
Well, it's a shame that Tom had some issues because I would really like to see what he could do out there. That car, he drove that at Road America too, and it wasn't friendly to him there either.
Yeah.
So it's unfortunate that the car's having some issues.
So I think that would be split with him and Jake Jornstad. I think who's going to be the other driver in that car. Is he the other guy that's here for that car?
No, Jake is actually driving a S2000 without a roof and no wing. It looks like just bare chassis S2000. There's an HPDE guy driving that car in the intermediate. And so Tom's jumping in that car and racing it in between when that guy's running in intermediate sessions.
So Luke McGrew just pulls back into the pits and looks like he'll bail out. He was 6th best with a 136.308. That was the best time he ran, about lap 5 or so. Or actually lap 6 is what we're being told by the timing and scoring. So take a look. Not a lot of improvement this late in the session. Now, I think a lot of guys are just trying to get laps. I know there's 2 or 3 or 4 rookies that are here that are new to this series. One of them in the orange Honda Challenge Civic that just went by on the street.
That's a beautiful car.
It is a great looking car.
I think the car was for sale earlier, so that must be who do we know who that is?
Andy Work. Thanks, Scott. Scott's the hovering over the shoulder and helping us.
Was Andy the one that was selling it, or was Andy the one that bought it? But yeah, the car looks beautiful. So whether he was the owner that was posting it for sale or the guy who bought it, it's a beautiful car, good purchase or a nice car. And Pervez sitting in 3rd place, 135.4. He's got to be ecstatic with the 3rd place as it sits right now. Nobody, you never know when somebody's going to throw in a last-second flyer, but Pervez, that's his best qualifying position ever in GRIDLIFE Touring Cup.
And he's raced really well too, and he's also sort of aggressive as we get the checker flag here on the session, 17 minutes in. But Pervez Randelia is one of those drivers that he entered the series late last year. I believe Road America was his first event. I don't know why my script isn't working, but that's fine. We'll worry about it later. I was going to look at his past results, but he ran really well at Gingerman a few weeks ago. Also, has been pretty aggressive on the race starts. I know he missed a shift. I think it was race 3 at Gingerman a few weeks ago, so that kind of jumbled up the start. But I really want to see him. Ooh, change. Justin Kelly goes to P3 at the closing moments of qualifying.
We'll call that a commentator's curse.
Yeah.
I am so sorry, Professor.
Yeah. Well,
hey, you're still on the second row. You're just on the outside, which is I don't think that would be a great place to be at all going into turn one here. You're going to run out of track very quickly.
You're going to run out of track, and because the first two corners are both right-handers and relatively tight right-handers, it's going to be very challenging to stay on driver's left all the way around to turn number 3.
Yeah, you'll try to file in as soon as possible because there's no way you're going to be able to hang on the outside there, especially there's just mud and the track's a little slick on the outside there. Yeah, you definitely want to try to file in as soon as possible. But I mean, you're gonna have 30 GLTC cars behind you. There's not really going to be a great place to file in.
Right. So as we just waiting for everyone to pull off the racetrack and move on to our next session, which I believe is an HPDE session. Which we will not be doing commentary for the entire day. It'll just be for the GLTC and time attack sessions.
Look how safe that guy's being.
We're also going to make sure we got the cameras rolling for drift. I'm still working through some small technical gremlins as I got a call coming. Maybe it's from Chris. I think it is from Chris. Hang tight. Okay, we're just making sure that he was double checking that the camera was working. I think it started working before he got all the way out there.
Really, the camera needs to be pointed a little bit to the right.
Yeah, we discussed that earlier. I think I wanted to have a little bit more towards the apex.
Well, you're just going to see cars just zinging.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Zinging and zanging.
Yeah, we're still on the stream promo.
Yeah, so what we're going to do here is during the HPDE session, we're going to go quiet here. We'll still have the cameras rolling, so you don't have to go anywhere. I'm going to try to fiddle with the much nicer camera I have outside and try to get that rolling because we're just off the webcam right now. And hopefully we'll have 3 different angles.
Ooh, fancy.
Yeah, we're getting real fancy.
Are we going to be able to switch? Because if you put a whole other screen up there, I don't know.
The idea was to switch, and I'd have the main camera here, and then I can switch.
Oh, between timing.
Yeah.
Nice. Okay.
So we have options here, DJ.
Yeah. Well, Kyle, why don't you go play with your camera, and I'm going to eat my sandwich.
Okay. Let's do that, and I guess we'll be back. I don't know what's next on the schedule because I can't change tabs the way I have things configured. So let me just double check real quick before you can go. You're good to go, DJ. I'll release you.
Okay. The sandwich is calling.
Yes, the sandwich is calling DJ, so he must leave. So we will see you in a little bit later. And Promo sent me some track records, which is useful. So I was a little bit late to that. That was my fault. All right.
So you weren't lying to us.
Bookmarks. All right, so I just want to get the schedule up here because I don't know what's next. Okay, so next up on the schedule after GLTC qualifying will be HPD Advanced, then Drift will be at 2:50 p.m. local time, which is Central, so that'll be 3:50 Eastern. And then GLTC Race number 1 will be the next thing we'll be commentating. That'll be at 3:55 p.m. Central Time, which is in just over an hour. So that's when you'll hear us next. Right after GLTC Race 1, we'll have HPD Advance, which we won't commentate, but 4:40 p.m. Central Standard Time will be Time Attack. We'll be back with you live on the mic for that. So GLTC Race number 1 next up, 3:55 p.m. Central Time. So just about an hour. Hang tight. We'll see you there. For several months in 2020, the racing season looked like it would stay on pause during the global pandemic, forcing drivers to stay inside and off course. But a few weeks ago, after 114 days of sitting at home, GRIDLIFE Touring Cup took to the track for the first time since Circuit of the Americas in Austin, Texas back in February. At Gingerman Raceway, Aaron Lichty, Eric Cattell, and Luke McGrew all took home victories. While Cattell is missing this week, the other winners from spring kickoff are here. This afternoon, we tackle Autobahn Country Club in Joliet, Illinois, just a few miles southwest of America's Windy City. If you're looking for entertaining wheel-to-wheel racing with cars you can actually buy, then GLTC will blow you away. We line up 26 cars for a 15-minute race right now on GRIDLIFE Live. My name's Kyle Heyer, joined by Tom O'Gorman for the first of 4 races this weekend. In the afternoon heat in Joliet, Illinois, Tom, we got a great group of cars and competitors this weekend. Capped out by Aaron Lichty's winning Formula number 190 right on pole where we thought he would be. The rest of the field, though, we've got some interesting runners up front.
And I know we were buzzing with excitement just lining up for practice, seeing the variety of cars that we have on grid. There are new cars constantly cycling into the GLTC field, and we have a ton of the regulars here. But for me, there are a bunch of kind of overarching storylines, and then we can get to the actual drivers and times themselves from qualifying. But the biggest thing for me is Autobahn Country Club. This is the first time we're here with GRIDLIFE Touring Cup, which means none of these drivers, while they may have experience racing here, they may have experience driving here, they have not raced a GLTC race here at Autobahn. So this is going to be the very first time we see what GLTC can do on a road race, 15-minute sprint here at Autobahn Country Club. The other storyline for me, and if you've been to Autobahn at this time of year, you know this one already, it is hot. I think this is probably the hottest GLTC conditions we've seen in history of the series. So while it is a 15-minute sprint, it's going to be one of the most what are my words? The cars are going to get hotter than ever, and it's going to be more management, I guess is what I'm trying to say, than these drivers have seen in the past.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the temperature is always a big concern. I do think, though, that it might be a little bit cooler than it has been in years past. And again, a lot of the GLTC competitors have not been here before. I know the last time Aaron Lichty was here, it was 2009. Yeah. Things have changed a lot since then. He's also in a car that's very much different than what he drove here back in 2009. Looking at the entry or the starting lineup, which you have on the timing and scoring on the left-hand side of the screen, Aaron Lichty on pole with a 1:32.597 in his K-Miata. Andy Smedgaard in second with his number 212. Now, he was a driver that ran up front right out of the get-go at Gingerman in his first GLTC race. He had misfiring issues, ended up dropping out of the weekend, but we know he's fast and starting right alongside Lichty. Good place for him. Justin Kelly and Pervez Randelia in the second row. That top 4, anybody could win that race.
Yeah, and if you just start lumping in a bunch of drivers, Woody Hyman will start 5th with Emil Tab 6th. Ryan Upham is a local driver. This is his home track. He's starting 7th. Luke McGrew 8th. Ben Dozman, his best qualifying effort to date, in 9th. And Jonathan Yu in a BMW is 10th. So, I mean, down to 8th, we've seen all these guys in the top. All of Gingerman in the past. There's drivers like Rob Manicherry starting 13th. We have Tiffany Kelly starting, I believe, almost at last, 28th out of 30 starters for Tiffany after problems in qualifying. So we have action throughout this entire field. I think we're going to start 29 cars after 30 took qualifying. And if you paid attention to qualifying, you know that 30th car is me. So here I am, and I am almost just as happy to be calling the action as I would have been to be participating. But on a side note, if anybody has an axle for a 2008 Honda Civic Si, passenger side, we could use one.
That's not related at all to what happened in qualifying earlier today. No. Not at all.
But getting back to the actual drivers, enough about me. Yeah, I think that the heat, having never been to Autobahn Country Club, and then the variety of cars, we have new drivers with different experience at this track. Like you said, Aaron Lichty's not been here since 2009. Andy Smedgaard probably has among the most laps here of any driver in the paddock. Alongside him, so surprisingly not as on pace, but that's what comes into the longevity of these race cars over 6-7 laps, however many laps we end up getting in the 15-minute window. You're not going to be running a 1:32.5 every single lap, and I know I've talked to Justin Kelly. He's very confident that he's going to be in the lead by turn 1, by the way. He's expecting to be in the lead in turn 1.
But good to have a plan,
yeah,
right?
He starts 3rd, but he also knows that there's at least 2 more seconds in that car. And knows that those drivers may not be able to sustain the pace. So he's got a game plan going in as well. So we're going to see all of that unfold here in just a couple minutes.
And during qualifying, we also touched on the issues for the throttle body for Aaron Lichty. I'm not sure if you've heard about this, but his throttle body was basically sucking itself closed right at the top end of the RPM range, which means that he's got to shift before 6,700 RPM. Otherwise, he's losing power and goes into limp mode. So he's got to manage that as well as hold off Smedgaard, Kelly, Pervez Randelia. I think if Lichty can grow a lead in the early laps, it won't be an issue. If he has to fight for that top spot in the early going, he might make that mistake. and go past that rev range where that becomes an issue and end up putting himself in limp mode and being out of the race. We also have season-long point standings this season. It's not just per weekend. So with Lichty having Catil gone this weekend, this is a great opportunity to grab some points over Catil, but manage that throttle body issue and make sure you can get it home in one piece and out front, hopefully.
Sure. Yeah, longevity is one thing, and managing the car for is one thing, but these hot conditions really bring out the reliability question as well. So I really, really knock on wood right here, hope that we don't see any of that, but that is a factor. Another thing I was going to bring up is how bumpy this track has gotten. As you talk to drivers around the paddock, someone like Aaron Lichty, who was here 11 years ago, is like, man, it's gotten so bumpy, and he believes that the curbs were adjusted as well. I didn't go check that with the track people, but there's more terrain out there, even though the track is fairly flat. I can even tell you from being out there in qualifying, it is getting pretty bumpy. There's some challenging sections of this track, and going back to having not been here before with GLTC, we're going to see how this track races, which we've only heard good things about how it races, and super excited to see how that goes.
Yeah, we're taking a look at the track map right now, and of course, Autobahn Country Club, we're on the south course. There's actually 2 more configurations, north and full, which are a lot longer than this configuration. 2.1 miles, 15 corners, very, very flat, but tall curbs and a lot of straightaway between turns 10 and 11. Might be able to use the draft a little bit down there, but turn 11, it's out of our view, but it's a great passing opportunity. So we might lose them while they go through there, but when they come back out, they might be a totally different order.
Yeah, it's definitely worth noting as you look at the track map from about the midway of the back straight between turns 10 and 11, and then the coming onto the front straight at about turn 14. We do have a blind spot here in the tower, so we're going to have some mystery every single lap as they disappear there. But we have visibility on the front straight down through turn 4, and then light visibility at spots throughout the back half of the track. One of the bumpy spots worth noting on the track map is turn 5, that left-hander leading up towards the back half of the section of the track. And then a huge variety of corners as well here, which is going to be cool to see. Some cars excel with momentum, some cars excel with downforce, some cars excel in power or brakes. And with everything in GLTC being focused to 12.5 to 1 power to weight ratio, and then you basically build to whatever car you want around that with some slight modifiers, we have a huge variety.
So field's just about rolling off right now for their pace lap at the moment. You see the timing and scoring screen has cleared itself. It will show the top 10 positions as soon as they come on through for their at-speed laps. About 15 minutes, of course, that can be abbreviated down to about 12. We're going to see how long we can get. There's Scott Giles walking back there on the pit lane in the tie-dye shirt, getting up on the starter stand with Chris Stewart. And they'll be able to throw the green flag here, hopefully in one lap. So up front, you see Aaron Lichty and Eddie Smedgard on the front row. Justin Kelly, Pervez Randilia in his number 75 FRS. He will start in 4th, and Woody Hyman in 5th, and Emil Tab and another K Miata back in 6th.
Brian Upham, a local driver in another E36 BMW, will start 7th, and Luke McGrew, race 4 winner from Gingerman, will start 8th alongside him. Some diff work going on in that car, and he's found some comfort in that thing for sure.
Yeah, it wasn't working at all. It was not unlocking.
Yes, exactly.
So that was a big issue. So behind them in row number 5, Ben Dozman is back with a working RSX this time in the number 10. Jonathan Yu and his BMW in 10th in the number 200 car. And Chad Troop in the number 26 had really good runs at Gingerman, right alongside Eric Meadows, who had that very infamous motor explosion off into turn number 5 at Gingerman. He's back with a new motor this week in the number 12. Untested, though. We'll see if it lasts the race.
Yep, it's just a junkyard motor in that car. Rob Mangieri looking to find some speed. He was a race winner from previous rounds all last year. Down in 13th right now in his K Miata, starting 13th. And then Jeremy Boyson, who had some great runs at Gingerman, starts 14th alongside another RSX.
Jake Price and Bill Griffin are going to be row number 8 back there, 15th and 16th. Jake Price in the 02, Bill Griffin in the number 46. It's the Turner liveried BMW, the Spec E46 with a big wing on it now as the field disappears into the back section of the course.
Yep, Scott Robertson will be on the next row, the K-powered street tire Miata, and then Scott Bowling in a Cayman S out there bringing up row number 10.
And he was really confident in his car's ability this weekend. And I know he did, maybe the qualifying doesn't show it, but he thought that the extra straightaway at this track is really going to help that car stretch its legs a little bit. So he will start back in 18th spot. Justin Lee in another one of those, is that another 2.5 swap, or is it just an NC? So that's Justin Lee, the number 33. And Edidijus Tadauskis in the number 707. He'll be 20th today.
Starting on the next row, Andrew Work in a bright orange Civic, EK Civic out there, and then Michael Vladiff in a Mercedes 190E. Yes, you heard that right. And that car's got a lot of work done to it. They worked their butts off of Gingerman to make the final race, and that car's looking quicker than ever, starting in the 11th row.
Yeah, and I don't know if I saw Adam Jabay take his car out there, but I don't necessarily see him in the tent. So maybe he's out there having fun, but maybe not. Maybe we'll get a chance to look at that when he comes by for the first time. So let's talk briefly as the rest of the order. Got Jake Jornstad down there in What is he
brand
running?
Brand new S2000 build. Charlie Enslin in Claptrap, the K-Fit. Domas Sinkavicis in a BMW M3. Tiffany Kelly will be hard charging in her S2000. And then Ben Mitchell and Doug Lane sharing an RSX, and Ben Harisco getting out late. So the field is packed up, paired up. In our blind spot, they're working their way on towards the front straight through turns 13 and 14. We're going to go green flag racing for a short sprint race, GLTC race number 1.
And when they come down the front straightaway, you're going to see them right here on the main camera. They'll be 3 wide. Maybe they'll try 4. They did it at Road Atlanta. I hope they don't try it today.
Don't forget, Justin Kelly is confident that he will be leading into turn 1. He starts third on the outside of the front row.
All right, field rolls through turn number 15. Autobahn Country Club GRIDLIFE Touring Cup. Next round, just southwest of Chicago in Joliet, Illinois. Here we go. Green flag flies racing at Autobahn Country Club. And they fire down towards turn number 1. 3 wide. Justin Kelly deep on the brakes in the S2000 powered FRS. Does he have the lead? Not quite. Smedgard 3 wide around the outside of the LOS 2K. What an amazing pass as he comes through turn number 2.
Wow, and he still has a nose on Lichty, but look at Smedgard, time attacker, turning it on quick, and Justin Kelly is all over the back of Aaron Lichty as they go out of our view. Still side by side, Bill Griffin is off the track, safe. Jake Price goes with him. No contact as those cars rejoin, and they are now cleanly down to turn number 4. They're going to pop back into view just there, and Andy Smedgard continued running away from Aaron Lichty at the front. It's like 5 car lengths right now.
That was a really impressive start because Kelly put them 3 wide, and Smedgard was able to just take the extra racetrack, go all the way around the outside, and then it was Aaron Lichty that snuck in front of Justin Kelly at the exit of turn number 3. There might have been 2 inches between those cars, but they got it sorted out as they head to the backside of the course. You'll pick them up on the camera here as they come into view, and I still think Smedgard's out front. As they work their way towards the backside of the course and around towards the front again to complete the first lap.
Yeah, he is on the camera there. They're working their way towards turn 9, and then as they leave your frame on left, that's turn number 10, coming onto the longest back straight. So we have small packs of 3 forming for battles at the lead, 4th, and 7th, and then the rest of the field still streaming through. Look at Boysen was side by side with Scott Robertson still, so not sorted completely, but now the field leaders are now down into our blind spot. We're going to see what is the gap done between Lichty and Smedgard, because it looked like Lichty had started to claw that back just a little bit.
And again, turn 11 is perhaps one of the best passing zones just out of view here this afternoon for us here in the tower. So we're waiting to see them come around. Smedgard with a 8-car length lead as they come off turn number 15. What an impressive first lap for him. Lichty is 2nd, Justin Kelly 3rd, Pervez Randalia 4th. That is, looks like Hyman in 5th and Upham in 6th. Luke McGrew 7th, Emil Tab, Ben Dozman, Manicherry the rest of the order.
Yeah, something happened to Emil Tab to fall that far back. He's battling with Ben Dozman right now. I think just reclaimed that 10th position or so. But the field kind of spreading out a little bit. It's not really a battle until we get to maybe 4th. There's some cars within striking distance, but the field very strung out right now. I think a couple cars to watch are going to be Rod Manicherry, who's on the back of Ben Dozman going down to turn number 4. And then another driver, Tiffany Kelly, looking
slicing and dicing.
Really aggressive through turn 3, looking at the back of Bill Griffin right now.
The first lap through, I'm really impressed by Smedgard. We saw him be pretty aggressive at Gingerman, but 3 wide around the outside. He basically just held that line as Justin Kelly went for it, but to hold that lead and to start driving away from Aaron Lichty is super impressive.
Well, and that's a really interesting thing I had not thought of. Basically, if you hold the outside through turns 1 and 2, you have the inside for turn 3, which is really the turn that leads onto the straightaway for the first time down to turn number 4. So if you can hold that outside like Smedgard did, maybe starting P2 or starting on the outside is the advantage, but it's still about a 10-car length lead for Smedgard over Lichty. They're now down the back straight, and then it's a big gap back to Justin Kelly. So those 2 cars were the class of the field in qualifying on pace, and they're showing it once again. Even though Justin Kelly was confident that he had a couple more seconds in that car, it doesn't look like he's been able to find it just yet. He was fastest, though, on his final lap in qualifying, so that car may come alive later as they're now onto the front straight. No change at the front. It's still 10 car lengths or so for the S2000 with K-Power over the Miata with K-Power.
Across to the front straightaway, and again, Aaron Lichty nursing those throttle body issues. We'll see if he can figure out what's going on with that car, maybe gather some speed, but that time through, we actually got to sort this by position rather than lap time here.
Lichty was quicker by 0.2, so that's negligible at best. Look at this run on chat troop, bump drafting with Manicherry down into turn number 1. That's for about 11th. Right at the top of top 10, actually. The best battle on the track is right behind Ben Dozman running 9th. Emil Tab has gotten around him, and now Manicherry, chat troop. That is Jonathan Yu is in that as well, so it's a 4-car battle for the top 10 right now.
So while the field streams on through, take a look at the timing and scoring. The driver lit up in purple is Aaron Lichty. Why is he lit up in purple? Because he was faster than Smedgard last lap around, so maybe he's got that car going the right direction. But again, we're already 4 minutes into this race, almost a third of the way through it. He's got to get going and get going fast if he wants to run down Smedgard and take the lead.
And those fast laps are important because race 2 is gridded based on fast laps from race number 1. So that means Aaron Lichty would be your pole sitter once again. He'd get another chance at it in race 2. But Smedgard, to see if he can respond. I'm imagining those cars pretty similar on power. It's just the chassis difference between the S2000 and the Miata. And as I see them disappear out of view on the back straight, Lichty's closing again.
Yeah, and again, the slipstream between turns 10 and 11 going to allow him the opportunity to charge down into turn 11. And Aaron Lichty was so good on the brakes at Gingerman Raceway. Was super impressed with how deep he was able to drive off into the corner. Smedgard was really struggling on corner exit with the misfires he was having, but those are gone now. So we're really going to see the pace of this car. But Lichty has closed in, maybe 2 or 3 car lengths this time through as they come across the start-finish line. Smedgard, Lichty, still your leaders. But that time was 4/10 better for second place Aaron Lichty. As here comes Kelly, Perez Randelia, and Woody Hyman.
So in third and fourth, that is an S2000 powered FRS, followed by an FRS powered FRS with Kelly and Randelia.
Oh, Manicherry way up the inside of Ben Dozman on the front straightaway. That was inches there. Now Manicherry moves drivers right into turn number 1. Is he there alongside? Not quite. So Dozman going to hang on for now as they come through turns number 2 and 3. Manicherry gets up the inside, door slams shut as they sweep back to the left for the third corner.
5-car battle, that's for ninth. Dozman, Manicherry, Chatroop, you, and Eric Meadows clinging onto the back of that one with his junkyard motor in that MX-5. That's the best battle on the track by far. They're down out of our sight in turn number 4, and they're going to pop back into vision in turn number 5. And Manicherry looking racy, trying to get himself into the top 10. He's got it. He's by. And now Ben Dozman has a mirror full of Louis Chatroop.
Yeah, really impressive run so far by Ben Dozman, but he had Manicherry looking left, looking right, looking diagonally through 1 and 2, but he got it done through turn number 4, which is another great passing zone just out of our view. But Manicherry moves up a spot. Again, not familiar with this racetrack. We'd typically expect him to be a little farther up the running order.
Leaders on the back straight down to turn number 11. The gap, 3 car lengths. Aaron Lichty is finding a lot of speed in that car, or maybe Smedgard just doesn't have the longevity.
So now the challenge becomes, where do you pass him? Where's the best place on this racetrack? I'd probably say coming out of 10 into turn 11, but maybe he'll try something on the front straight here. Here he is, right in the rear bumper of Smedgard. They come across the start-finish line right there. 2 car lengths now. Smedgard and Lichty nose to tail.
And that is within braking distance. What can Lichty do on this lap? This may be the best opportunity he has to get by as the cars continue to deteriorate. No difference in gaps between 3rd, 4th, and 5th as Woody Hyman holding on to 5th behind the 2 FRSs. The rest of the field starting to stream through. Luke McGrew and Emil Tab a lonely 7th and 8th. And then Upham looking a little off song in the straight line in that BMW. He's running now 8th place.
Here comes Chatroop looking at Dozman on the front straight as they come across the start-finish line. He'll have a look out to driver's right.
Lichty had a look at on the inside of Smedgard going into turn number 5.
We'll see if he can get it done as they come on through here in just a moment.
And now Louis Chatroop, while we wait for the leaders to come back, has gotten around Ben Dozman. So Dozman down to 11th. Manicherry has cleared that battle, and now Jonathan Yu having to run at the inside on the RSX down into turn number 4. But back to the leaders. They're down in turn number 8. They're on your camera. That's the gap. 2 car lengths between the top 2. Smedgard still with the point.
Really impressive racing so far, but Lichty's definitely faster. He's been faster every single lap other than the first one. We know he's on the power now. Whatever issues he had in practice and qualifying look to be alleviated, or at least he's managing nose to tail down the back straight towards turn number 11. One of the best passing zones on this place. They'll disappear from view. We'll see how they come back onto the front straight and see if they've sorted things out. Looks like we got a slow car heading off into the pits. I believe that's Jeremy Boysen's RSX that's heading to pit road.
Yeah, and he had been falling the wrong way, so maybe mechanical issues consistently. Adam Jabay also pulls off in his Civic, but right behind them, the leaders. Smedgard responds with a little bit of pace on this lap, back up to about 5 car lengths between the 2 of them. And I got to say, the body language of Lichty's car, he looks like he's having to work harder than Smedgard is to run the pace that he was.
Yeah, that time through, Smedgard was 2/10 quicker, so did grow that lead slightly. He nipped the curb coming out of turn 15, so he's right on it. But this is really where Lichty seems to gain time, is really through this middle sector as he runs down into turn 4, closes that gap out of our view. And when they come back around, he's there, but just doesn't have... It seems like the S2K is a little bit quicker on the straights, maybe.
Yeah, and it's worth also saying, if you Google Autobahn Country Club lap, the first video that pops up to get a walkthrough of this lap is Andy Smedgard telling you how to do it. So this guy knows this track really well. He may just be managing at the front, but you can guarantee they're both right on the limit, pushing hard, working their way down towards turn number 8 right now. The rest of the field kind of streaming through. The battle for 10th is broken up pretty significantly, and Upham is certainly off pace. He's definitely slow in the straight lines. Manicherry's on the back of him already, so Upham's going to drop out of the top 10 pretty quickly, I think.
Tiffany Kelly having a look down into turn 1 on Bill Griffin, side by side for that position there. Bill Griffin's going to have to give that spot up and move Kelly up another one in the red S2000. Now Bill Griffin's on the outside. Real tight there as they come through turn number 3.
That was super tight stuff with the black BMW E36, but the leaders now down to turn number 11. It's back to about a car length between the two of them, and they're going to have something we don't see very often in GLTC, lapped traffic. They've got a couple cars in front of them, and the next time they're going to come in front of us, I guarantee they'll have already passed one. If another car dropping out, the RSX of Ben Mitchell, it looks like, pitting in, and that could be down to just how hot it is out here, but waiting for the leaders. There they are. There's no gap between the two of them.
Nose to tail on the front straightaway, Andy Smedgaard and Aaron Lichty. One car length as they come across the line. Triple-digit speeds into the first braking zone. Lichty looks out to driver's right, then tucks back in line as they sweep through turn number 1. This is where Lichty's going to gain some ground here. Look at him now. That's 10, 15 feet. A little bit of a stretch by Smedgaard at the exit of the corner.
Chucks it into turn number 3, and they both work their way around Ben Harisco that lap. So no interference from the lap traffic, which was phenomenal to see. Now the rest of the top 10 just working their way through the start-finish line as Rob Manucheri is the next car into view. Chat Troop is clear, and there's Upham. Will Upham pit? Yes, he does. So the problems for the 13 cars, he's now come to pit lane at his home track. Unfortunate there. Jonathan Yu has also made his way around Ben Dozman. Now Eric Meadows looking towards the back of them. Where are the leaders? They got to be coming into frame at turn number 8 any minute now.
They'll be coming into frame in just a moment, and we'll have a look at the gap. It was just about a car length and a half as they came out of our view, and it still looks to be the case here. Yes, about a car length now. Lichty's so close. This is so frustrating as a racing driver to be that close behind the race leader and not have a run on him, but it's just about setting it up now.
He might have a run this time. Look at the gap is smaller than ever. They're going down into turn number 11 with more lap traffic in front of them. What will happen? We're at least 2 to go. No white flag in the starter's hand right now. And they're completely out of view. The waiting game. We both lean forward.
Waiting for them to pop out from behind the trees in turn number 14. Will Lichty have had the pass complete on Smedgaard, or will Smedgaard in the yellow S2000 keep the lead? He does as they come out of 14 onto the front straightaway. Still looks like 2 laps to go. And here comes Lichty, driver's right, Smedgaard slow, side by side for the race lead. Aaron Lichty deep on the brakes into turn number 1. Still there, tight. Smedgaard hangs on for the moment. Still overlap as they come through turn number 2.
And Smedgaard's going to put him all up on the curb. Lichty pounds off the curb at turn number 2 and has to tuck back in. I wonder if he had a moment at the apex. No, look, Lichty's got the over-under. Makes the run down to turn number 4. They go out of vision for just a second, but I have to imagine Lichty's going to get the job done into turn number 4, and then Smedgaard's going to have to respond.
He was dogging him left and right, Tom. It was only a matter of time, but will he be able to complete the pass? Smedgaard held on.
Nope,
much better.
Got it.
Lichty's got the lead through turn number 4. Now into 5, 6, and 7 on the backside of the course. Change the lead and move Lichty, the pole sitter, up to the top spot.
They're out of view for just a minute. A couple more lap cars in front of them, and I think we're going to get the white flag next time by.
This race just went a lap and a half too long, I think, for Andy Smedgaard. Will he be able to respond? He's less than a car length back still. Maybe he can slipstream back by. He does seem to have an advantage in certain sectors of the racetrack as they now work through your view here. Wow, less than a car length.
Smedgaard was looking up the inside of turn number 9. Not a great passing opportunity, but they're getting desperate at this point. Late stages of the race, and sure enough, white flag is in the starter's hand, so next time through will be the last lap. We have a lap and a half to go for GLTC Race 1 from Autobahn Country Club at GRIDLIFE Chicago.
Tiffany Kelly had a look at Scott Bowling's Cayman down into turn number 4, so they were side by side for a moment, waiting for the race leaders to come back out. The white flag is in the hands of the starter, so we would expect that this time through. Here they come. And Aaron Lichty has a 2-car length lead, but there's lap traffic in the way. Here we go, this time through. White flag in the air for the race leaders. Lichty, Smedgaard, waved by the yellow Spec Miata as they go on through into turn number 1, but Lichty's got it.
I think they'll have one more lap traffic. It's Claptrap the Fit with Charlie Enslin at the wheel. Lap traffic has been phenomenal this time by. We'll run down the rest of the top 10 real quick. Justin Kelly came through. Pervez Rendelia has a faster lap, though, by a little bit. Woody Hyman in 5th. Luke McGrew 6th. Emil Tab is all over the back of him, though, for 7th. Here they come across the start-finish line now. Manucheri up to 8th. Lewis Chatroop and Jonathan Yu are the top 10. Worth noting, Tiffany Kelly up from 28th into 16th right now.
Yeah, good game.
A great charge, and her fast lap will put her well into the top almost 10 for race 2. Where are the leaders?
Out of our view for now, but Andy Smedgaard held on for so long, but it just wasn't long enough. Aaron Lichty was able to sneak on by. And now waiting for them to pop back into view again.
There they are at the apex of turn number 8, working towards the camera. They're clear of all lap traffic. It's a home free run if Aaron Lichty can make no mistakes back to start finish. He's got 3 corners to go, 3 significant corners to go, I'd say. Turn 11, turn 13, and turn 15.
Now down the long backstretch towards turn number 11, and it's about 4 car lengths now, so I'm not sure Smedgaard will be able to respond. But what a fight he put up after sneaking around the outside on the initial start when Justin Kelly put them 3 wide. And for Aaron Lichty, 2 wins at GRIDLIFE Spring Kickoff at Gingerman Raceway a few weeks ago. The most wins in the series since it began last year. Side by side for the lead. Here they come. Final corner. Smedgaard, Lichty, side by side, drag race to the line, and Lichty will just sneak it away at the last second.
And there's a fresh donut on the side of Andy Smedgaard's car. Those two had contact side by side between them at the finish. Totally clean, hard racing with a slight rub. And Aaron Lichty was able to hold the outside around the final corner.
Was not expecting that to happen. Was not expecting them to come out of that corner door to door like that, Tom. But drag race to the line, the differential, just tenths of a second. That was way closer than I was expecting it to be.
Yeah,
they caught me by surprise. I got a chill in the back of my neck when I saw that.
Waiting for them to come out from the back straight onto the front straight is killer. And Justin Kelly coming home third. So there's your podium. Lichty, Smedgaard, Kelly for race 1. Pole sitter based on fast lap is going to be Aaron Lichty in the 190 once again.
That was a really impressive run for Smedgaard, though. I really want to talk to him after and see exactly what led to a potential contact there. But well done racing. They both came back and crossed the checkered flag, so I'm not sure they'll have a lot of frustration there. But what a race we just saw. I mean, this series, every single time, puts on a good show, whether it's in the mid-pack or whether it's at the front, Tom. I know you got to go, so feel free to take off.
It just keeps on rolling because we come to race number 2 late this evening with rewards weight bolted into these cars and thunderstorms in the forecast. It's going to be worth tuning in for sure.
Yeah, our next race will be later this evening. Tom, feel free to jump. And we'll, again, run down the rest of the order for you here in just a moment. But it was Aaron Lichty sneaking away a finish right in front of Andy Smedgaard. It all began with a 3-wide run into turn number 1 with an aggressive Justin Kelly move that didn't quite pan out, left Smedgaard leading the race for the majority of the event. Lichty led the final 3, which put him in victory lane. He's been in victory lane so many times. He's gotten a handful of victories in this series. No longer really new to it, as we've been around for since the beginning of 2019. But taking a look at Aaron Lichty's information here in just a moment. Caught me by surprise as they came out of the final corner. And it's really tight through there. There's a little bit of a kink back to driver's right and a big curve on the inside, which sort of leads to finishes like that where you can set up a very close finish, and that seems to be what has happened here. So looking at Aaron Lichty's stats here, he has about 20, this will be his 26th start, his 11th victory. So a really impressive run for Aaron Lichty once again. And at Gingerman only a few weeks ago, managed to sneak away 2 victories in race 1 and race 3. It was second in race 2 for him at Gingerman Raceway, but we'll try it all again later this afternoon. In the evening, it'll be about 8:50 p.m. on the East Coast, 7:50 p.m. on Central Standard Time for our second race of the afternoon, GLTC race number 2, 7:50 p.m. Central Time. What's coming up next on GRIDLIFE Live? We just had GLTC race number 1. Next up will be Time Attack at 4:40. Will be about 20 minutes from now, so stay tuned for more. But the rest of the order in GLTC race number 1, Aaron Lichty, Andy Smedgaard, Justin Kelly, Pervez Randilia, Woody Hyman, your top 5. Then Luke McGrew, Emil Tab, Rob Manicherry, Louis Chatroop, Jonathan Yu, the rest of your top 10. Eric Meadows, Ben Dozman, Jake Price, Tiffany Kelly, Scott Bowling, the rest of your top 15. And down the rest of the order, Bill Griffin in 16th, Scott Robertson in 17th, Edwidges Sadowskis in the number 707. Back in 18th, Justin Lee, Andrew Work, Jake Jorenstad. Back in 21st, Charlie Enslin, John Raymond, Michael Vladiff, the rest of your top 24. You joining me?
Sure.
And we got I was going to say, I almost said GLTC. Got GLTC joining us. DJ Alessandrini joining us here. You're a seasoned GLTC competitor. Your average finish is about 4th, so you're pretty darn good, too.
I do okay.
So, you do okay. So
I'm better in iRacing.
I had the hair on the back of my neck stand up about 10 feet in the air when they came out of turn number 15.
On the start?
On the finish.
Oh, on the finish.
I had no idea that they were going to come out side by side, and I think I stumbled over my words about 8 times because I just didn't know what to say.
All right, I missed it. Is that where Andy got the little donut on the side of his?
Yeah, so I'm curious to talk to them later and see if there was...
There was really hard racing up front to the point where I bet there's some feelings hurt.
There might be. And again, for Andy Smedgaard, this is only his second event. He didn't get a lot of track time at Gingerman because of his car. It was broken and ended up leaving the weekend on Saturday night. So, again, still relatively new. And for Aaron Lichty, who's been here for 26 races, someone new coming in and putting paint on your car, isn't going to be a super nice feeling for Aaron Lichty to have. But that's part of racing, and they came back and they both finished the race.
Well, Kyle, the start was crazy. Yeah. I mean, Justin Kelly is. I need to pick his brain on what he does for starts. That guy has like telepathy or something, because he is always at least 3 wide on every start. I don't think there's been a single start where you can count him sleeping. If he's behind you, count on him being next to your door entering turn 1, whatever side that would be. He is so good at the starts. They were 3 wide going into turn 1. Aaron's in the middle somehow. Aaron was the reasonable one and kind of gave everybody space, and then that's how Andy was out in front. Really, Aaron saved GLTC in that first exchange, because it could have got real bad real quick, and there's 30 angry cars behind that front scuffle going into turn 1.
Let me tell you, the GLTC always finds a way to raise my blood pressure, make me feel about 30 years older than I actually am.
The race has been over for about 5 minutes now. My heart's still racing.
I'm still detuning a little bit, but I think I always talk about GLTC as one of the most exciting racing series in the country right now. The reason I say this is because these guys are working hard on their cars for months. This is not just a race team throwing a car together in a week. These are guys that spend all the time, all the late nights in their garage building their cars. They come out here and race them door to door like that for 15 minutes, 4 times a weekend, and they have the best time.
You know, I would be willing to guess that the racing you see out here is higher stakes than any racing you would see on TV, because look, if a pro balls up the car, whatever, he'll have another one next week, right? These guys, these cars to them, some of these cars, it's like their life work. They've saved their entire lives up until this point. They're racing their pride and joy out there, and it's a weird battle between wanting to be competitive, but then also wanting to be able to drive it on the trailer. And you'll see that inner conflict in the front, in the mid-pack, in the rear. You see that happening constantly, and again, GLTC puts on great shows just because, like, for us, we know the guys driving the cars. I get more nervous watching a race than when I'm sitting in the driver's seat ready to go take the green flag.
Yeah, and I think I'm probably more nervous, like you said, I'm probably more nervous watching these guys race than they are when they're driving. But at the same time, I think we just watched an incredible show. We've got Time Attack coming up in about 20 minutes, more like 15 at this point. Our second race is going to be towards the sunset, 7:50 Central Time, 8:50 on the East Coast. We'll line up and do it all again by lap time. And I believe Aaron Lichty was the one that ran the quickest lap that race, a 1:33.1. We're going to get to see another match, another lineup again, Lichty and Smedgaard. So if they've got any hard feelings, they better get them out of the way, because they got to start alongside each other all over again for a second race.
I'm sure, in GLTC, we encourage good communication and stuff. I'm sure they're hashing out like whatever was happening during that race. I mean, racing stressful. I bet they were both very stressed. It's not like they were like running into each other or anything, but
not on purpose.
No. I think they smushed wheels a couple times, but that's about it. And Justin Kelly found a lot of pace during that race.
Yeah.
And Pervez also found some pace. We're starting to see those times scrunch down. Everybody's getting a little closer. And Luke McGrew sitting in 6th. That's kind of where he was when he got that invert and got his first ever GRIDLIFE Touring Cup race. And I'm gonna have to admit, Kyle, I'm real jealous that Luke got his first win before me.
That was only 6 starts in that Luke McGrew won his first GLTC race. And one of the things that makes this series so exciting is that invert for the final race of the weekend. And last week we had Luke McGrew win that event at Gingerman. However, Gingerman Raceway, very track position heavy, and I say that because it's pretty tricky to pass there. It's a little bit easier to pass here at Autobahn Country Club than it is at Gingerman. We saw the lead back and forth a couple times. I don't think, I think at Gingerman we might have seen that once or twice the whole weekend, but typically you got up front, you stayed out front. Not the case here today.
I think it's not that it's easier to pass here. I think it's easier to make a mistake. And what we're seeing is a driver makes a little bit of a mistake, and the driver that's right on the bumper now has an opportunity to go after him. Gingerman, a lot of times you can't, like, the mistake is so minor that it's hard to capitalize on it. It's really like you really have to force the issue at Gingerman. You have to force the mistakes. But Autobahn, the South Course at least, seems tricky enough where it's kind of bringing out those mistakes all on their own, and it's creating some amazing racing.
It really does create some epic stuff. So again, 7:50 Central Time will be our second race of the afternoon. That race will be gridded up by the fastest lap from the first race, which of course we already mentioned. Aaron Lichty and Smedgaard will be your front row runners for that one all over again. Looking down the order, there are a couple of drivers that I would expect to start in front of other drivers that were in front of them on track for race 1, so that might mix some things up a
I'm
little
looking
bit.
down the list. It looks like it's pretty in order.
Well,
Looks like Eric Meadows will jump Jonathan Yu.
Tiffany Kelly's going to jump up a few spots. She started back in 26th, ended up 14th at the end of race number 1. She had a good run through the field.
Yeah, she's going to be starting she's going to be top 10. She's going to be starting 10th, so outside of the 5th row. Now, we were talking about in qualifying exactly what turn 1 would look like, and you know, Smedgard made it work on the outside. We were saying, remember, if you remember, we were saying,
said, oh,
well,
can't
there's
do
no
that.
way you're going to have to just pile in. But Smedgard got a great jump on the flag, and I think Justin Kelly's kind of shoving in there.
I think that was the key for me, was that Justin Kelly dove in so deep, and when they were 3 wide, Kelly wasn't able to take a line that would allow him to come out in the race lead. That was never really going to work. The problem is for Aaron Lichty, now he was offline, and sort of the awkwardness between not being able to get the apex and not having all the track to run out and take all the speed. So I think for Smedgard, he was probably in the best spot of the 3 because Kelly couldn't afford to wash out any, and Lichty's sort of stuck in the middle. So
yeah,
I think it worked out for Smedgard.
Yeah, I guess when you put it that way, like Andy did have the most amount of racetrack to work with. Aaron was squeezed, but I mean, man, Aaron always impresses me. The amount of bandwidth needed. You're doing your first race of the weekend. Look, no matter, even if you raced last weekend, you're going to be a little rusty coming in the first race. You're coming in. The amount of bandwidth that was needed for him to be going side by side with Andy, but then also know that Justin is on his right rear quarter entering the corner so he doesn't just chop down on him. To know that driver's there, man, Aaron's on top of his stuff. He's going to be really strong this weekend.
Yeah, he's a very experienced driver. He's got tied for the most starts in the series, and I think actually he was tied with Eric Cattell, who's not here, so he's actually one up on him now. And Eric's having a nice weekend away from the racetrack.
He's probably hanging out with his dog.
Well, I can't blame him for wanting to do that, but you know, racetrack was calling me this weekend. So
yeah, Eric said that he wishes he was here, but his wallet is thanking him. So
well, one interesting thing is that Eric Cattell's also running Pikes Peak later this year, which was originally not on his schedule. So that's a really interesting decision because last year it was the first time we'd ever gone to Pikes Peak, and that GLTC field wasn't very full because it was still a new event, kind of not really the Midwest base of where this series is from. So we had a somewhat amended, what's the word I'm looking for? Condensed field at PPIR. This year it'll be a little bit stronger field, and I think Eric Cattell is going to have a pretty good shot at maybe even sweeping the weekend potentially. But
potentially, I mean,
got a car off down in turn number 1. I was just pointing out the Mustang down there.
He thought he saw a crowd. You know, has anybody swept an entire weekend yet?
No. I think we've had drivers win 3. I don't think we've seen anyone sweep a weekend.
Well, okay. I mean, Aaron might be able to do it, but Andy's looking pretty good. And then I don't know who else is going to Alpine.
I don't know. I mean, well, the Kellys will certainly be there.
Yeah, they'll be there.
Which they were the drivers. I think Tiffany won a race or 2 or 3. She might have been the one. She might have been the one that got 3 wins in a weekend. I'll have to take a look here. But that track is a really interesting one. That's a roval. It's a fun roval.
Well, from what I hear, you can watch the entire race just from standing on the roof of one of the buildings in the infield. You can see literally everything, and it's right in the center of the paddock. It's going to be awesome.
Will be really nice because this is a tricky track because the 2 of the best passing zones, 4 and 11, we can't see at all. So
what does that sound like in the booth? And we'll see what happens in a minute.
So looking at Tiffany Kelly from PPIR last year, she won 2 races, race 1 and race 3 at PPIR.
Gotcha. Okay.
So a couple of races down there. So they'll be good. That's kind of a little bit closer to their home track for them. But again, we got Time Attack coming up here in just a couple minutes, and then we'll be quiet. The stream will still run on all day. You'll be able to see everything, but we'll go quiet until our next Time Attack session, which will be later in the afternoon before our second GLTC race. That will be at 7:10 p.m. Central Time.
You know, the work ethic from the Luke McGrew, Eric Meadows team is out of control because Eric lost an engine, when was the engine? 2 weeks ago?
2 or 3 weeks ago?
2 or 3 weekends ago?
And I know that Luke's on his 3rd motor, and that was all within about 3 weeks of each other. So they're going to probably get real tired of tearing their cars apart.
Well, what I'm saying, so I'm assuming Luke helped Eric with the motor swap, right?
I believe that's the case.
So Luke tore apart his rear end, sent the diff out, got it in, repaired it, and swapped a new engine into Eric's car in that 3-week period. Kyle, if I lost an engine, I might be out for like 2 years.
Well, here's what they've done, though, is they've learned a lot about that platform, and they've learned what they need to beef up. I know for Luke, he really built the engine the third time around. He really built it up strong, and it's been reliable so far, at least in the engine. He did a lot of work on his diff the past couple weeks because he found out that it was permanently locked, and that's why the car was super sketchy everywhere in big sweepers. He just had a locked diff, and it wouldn't unlock.
I think so. I think what was happening is it would lock instantly. There was no progressiveness.
I think he said that it had never unlocked. Like,
it
had never unlocked. Like when they tore it apart, they were like, "Oh, that's not doing what it should have done."
Wow. Okay.
So he told me that he had originally put because that car has the suspension from the Spec MX-5 class car.
Right, the Penske.
So he set those shocks up to be the baseline Spec MX-5 recommended setup. Took it out on track. He goes, "This sucks. This doesn't drive well at all." So he spent all months tinkering at it to try to figure out what was wrong, and realized the whole time that the diff was just stuck locked. And once they undid it, it was a lot better.
Yeah. So he's still getting used to it. He's still finding some time. He was about 2.5 seconds off of Aaron and Andy, but those guys are kind of in a class of their own. If you're a Formula One fan, you know that it's like basically the top 2 teams and then everyone else. Well, that's kind of what it's looking like right now.
Yeah, the thing is that even with that, though, because you bring the Formula One reference, I mean, Lewis Hamilton wins basically everything. Now, Aaron Lichty has won a lot of things, but
are you calling Aaron Lichty the Hamilton of GLTC?
Maybe. He's got to win more.
He's got to win like 100 times more.
Yeah, but I think all in all, Aaron Lichty's a really impressive driver. He's got a really impressive race team. The winning Formula shop has 5 or 6 cars built out of that place that's here this weekend, including Scott Bowling's car, the Cayman that was out there earlier today. So, it's a really impressive shop. They do really good work, but he's got competition. And I think you give Justin Kelly or Professor Randalia a track position, they're going to be hard to pass.
Yeah.
So I don't think that it's going to be an Aaron Lichty all weekend. I think we're going to switch things up a little bit, and I do think we're going to see 4 different winners this weekend.
The top 5 from that last race, all of those guys are really aggressive. So there's no pushovers in that top 5. Aaron Lichty, Andy Smedgard, Justin Kelly, Pervez Randalia, and Woody Hyman. Like all those drivers, they're aggressive and as who's the guy that would say out for blood? Who's that guy?
Don't know.
And that guy is out for blood. That's no, that's a thing.
I trust you that it's a thing.
It's probably a thing. I probably just made it up.
Maybe. Could have. So waiting to see. Now we're hearing some weather conversation in the background. That's not supposed to rain now, but it could rain before our second GLTC race. Wet track, that could bring a lot of things out. Are you stepping away?
We're getting a weather report.
Oh.
Promo Ravi, what does the weather say?
It says it's supposed to rain in around 6 to 7, but it might clear up by the time the GLTC goes out, which should be.
But it'll probably be a wet track, though, because they're not going to have the heat of the day to dry it up. So it could be a little damp. Now, that brings into the question.
That was the weather report from Promo.
You wouldn't run a wet tire on a damp track. You would probably run slicks and just try to find dry areas, I would think. But not everyone's got wet tires.
I tried to do that at Gingerman last year.
You did fine with your streets.
Well, I did fine with my streets, but when it was the drying conditions, I went out there in the slicks, and that was not fine. That was chaos, and it never, maybe if it was a longer than a 15 or 20-minute race, the slicks might actually come into play, because toward the end of the race, I was definitely faster than everybody else. The problem is by the end of the race, they put so many car lengths on me, there's no way I was getting back to them. So if the track is damp at all, and there's not a dry line yet, what? Now,
that begs the question. You might know this better than I do. I would assume that most drivers do not have wets, and they just run street tires if they had them. Do you know what drivers do have wets? I would assume that the winning Formula guys might have a set. Okay.
I don't know if Luke has them or not. I think the top 5 definitely have wets.
I can't imagine that those are inexpensive tires.
No, they're really expensive, and if you run them on the dry at all, they just fall apart.
They rip them up. So I think I would assume that you wouldn't want to run wets unless it's actually raining.
Right, that's what I was saying.
Just to save the tire.
If there's a dry line when you're pulling up the grid, you want to be on the dries. Yeah. If it's still wet, there'll be enough water on track to manage the wet tires. Now, toward the end of the race, you might have to baby them a little bit, especially if you're not fighting anybody. Then you don't want to just throw money away. But you could see something where it's dry, both the leaders are on wets, and they just have to sacrifice those tires to try to go for the win.
And so we'll talk about you again. For those that are watching, I'm here with DJ Alessandrini, and of course you've got GLTC on your schedule this season in your 06 Civic SI. Really successful opening season last year, ran Mid-Ohio, GRIDLIFE Midwest, as well as GRIDLIFE South at Road Atlanta, and you also went to Road America. So you had a pretty busy season last year. Your next event is set to be Mid-Ohio, I believe.
Mid-Ohio, yeah. I'll be at Mid-Ohio with a couple key upgrades to the car. So hoping to be a little faster than last year, which is kind of needed because, I mean, everybody stepped up their games. Everybody's faster. We haven't been to this track, but Gingerman, I think
we picked up about a second and a half from last year's time.
So I mean, the track conditions were really good. So I don't know if all of that was. I mean, this is me being hopeful. I hope they didn't pick up a second and a half because I don't think functional shocks is going to pick me up a second and a half. But
you never know.
Yeah, you never know. But
the 06 Civic SI, it looks like a very big car compared to some of the other ones that are running at the front of the category.
It's massive.
Yeah.
Now, the only thing that makes it look not massive is Gordon's TL or that minivan that shows up every now and then.
Oh, yeah, the HMA Racing.
Yeah.
If HMA Racing is watching, we miss you guys. They ran last year at GRIDLIFE South with a 2018 Honda Odyssey with a roll cage, suspension, brakes, and tires.
They ran this year, too. They were at COTA.
They also ran Circuit Americas.
Yeah.
And that car is the definition of why GLTC is the coolest racing series ever. Because what other racing series do you have with a minivan that's not even like uncompetitive? Like, it was running top 15.
You know, I was thinking what it would be like to race against the minivan, and it would probably be the most frustrating thing ever. You can't see through its windshield to see your brake markers. It's a big billboard, essentially. You can't see anything that's happening. You almost have to like pull offline just to see where you're at, relative to where you want to hit the brakes. And then the car, also the brake rotors on the van are bigger than most of the wheels found in GLTC. They're massive rotors, huge calipers. It runs giant Hoosier slicks on the thing. It is really good at braking, and you wouldn't expect a minivan to outbrake you, but I'd say that minivan would outbrake 90% of the field.
And it was such a rocket ship on the straightaways, too. It was fast. I mean, I think the weight kind of kept it from getting up to speed as well as some of the other cars. By the end of the straight, that thing comes hurling by you. That's got to scare you when you're in a Miata.
I think that might be the only car faster in a straight line than Jimmy's.
Oh, yeah, the TSX.
Yeah, the Bullet.
We're also missing James Houghton in his number 41 TSX. Took that car to Circuit of the Americas, and I think he won 3 or 4 races that weekend. And the only one he didn't win, he had sensor issues, I believe. With
like throttle position.
Throttle position,
yeah,
something weird like that. So when he comes back, when those borders open up again, they let him back into the country. They gotta hope the pandemic keeps him out because he's been really good.
Yeah, well, I mean, all of GRIDLIFE Touring Cup was, all the competitors and the fans as well were curious how that car would do at a Gingerman or Mid-Ohio.
It's a totally different platform, right? So a lot of guys will put at least some aero on their cars, where they'll put a big wing or a splitter or whatever, and they focus on bringing the weight down super low. Houghton's approach was, we're going to make this car a rocket ship in a straight line, and it's going to be awesome. And you know what? And it worked.
And the street tires lets him light up real fast, get the lead, passing cars in the beginning. And the easiest place to pass a car is on the straightaway.
Yep.
You know where you can't pass James Houghton?
On a straightaway.
It's on a straightaway.
Now, the other thing is, you mentioned the street tires. They got hot. They got hot very quick. But it wasn't enough time at COTA for anyone to reel him back in. But a track like this, a track like Gingerman, Mid-Ohio, those tires will burn up way quicker.
Also, it was cool at COTA as well. It was low 70s, mid 60s. That definitely helped the street tire advantage that James Houghton had. So, like I said, everybody was curious. Like, was he going to show up on Hoosiers for Gingerman because those tires could take the heat? Or Mid-Ohio, does he show up on Hoosiers? And the thing about the surface of tracks, like, they're all different. Every racetrack you go to is going to be different. Some tires are going to work better than others. Just between how the rubber of the tire interacts with the surface of the track. And so street tires might be dominant at this track, but they might be awful at this next track. And, these are all unexplored things in GRIDLIFE Touring Cup because
it's a new series.
Yeah, the new series, the formula is new. It's not figured out yet. If you're a UFC fan, some of the most exciting fights they had is when they were still figuring out what the rules were because it was originally sold as no rules fighting, and then it just got crazy, and they had to rein it in. This is like the early days of UFC with GLTC right now. We haven't seen the full out tilt builds besides like the Houghton and Aaron and Eric's car, basically. And there's so much room left on the tables with everybody else's cars where you're not sure how it all stacks up at every track.
And another thing that Scott Giles brought up in the drivers' meeting this morning for the guys that are new here this week, including Andrew Work, who had a beautiful bright orange Honda Challenge Civic out there. I think he finished 16th or something like that. Scott Giles said that if you want to win one of these races, you can't go out here. It's not an SCCA race where you get 20, 25 minutes, 30 minutes. You have to go out there and run 8, 9, 10 qualifying laps in any other series. I mean, you're full tilt all the time. And for guys, I mean, your car has to last that whole time at full tilt. So in another series where you might be able to back it down a little bit, run 8 tenths, 9 tenths just to conserve your equipment, there's none of that here. Once the green flag drops, you're going as much as your car will go for the entire 15 minutes.
Right, and as we were discussing in qualifying, it's basically an endurance race that's chopped up into 4 different races and it's an endurance race that you're going flat out on. Now, you do have a little time in between each session to really try to dial in any kind of issues you're having, but I mean, you talked about what my average finish was. That's not because I always got like that position. It's just because I always finished all the races.
Right.
The only reason that Aaron, Eric, Houghton they don't have better average finishes is because of reliability issues.
You're the man. Our wonderful timing guys bringing us some wonderful race results and grid order for race number 2. So while Time Attack gets rolling, we've got Tomo standing behind us, ready to take back over here. So we've got race results, of course, we already went over those, but race 2 grid order. Lichty, Smedgard, Kelly, Pervez Randelia, Woody Hyman, no surprises there. Tiffany Kelly jumps up. She finished, I believe, 16th. She'll actually jump up to, looks like 13th for the starting lineup for race number 2 tonight. Which will be an interesting starting position. She gained a lot of spots, had a lot of pace. We'll see what she can do.
Yeah, she was mixing it up. She took quite a few cars. I mean, she was definitely the hard charger of that race. I haven't seen the official stats, but every single time she came into turn 1, she was passing somebody else. Every lap, Tiffany was getting by somebody else. So Tiffany had a great race. It had to be fun. Can't wait to see the video of it. And can't wait for race 2.
All right. Well, thanks, TJ, for joining me. We're going to bring Tom O'Gorman back into the booth here. I'm going to mute just for a moment so we don't blow everyone's ears out. All right, we're back for Time Attack Group A here, Tom, and you ran off to run some errands, and were you did run out of the paddock and talk to anybody? What was the?
No, I was doing a little coaching in the Time Attack car that we'll see in Group B. So it was a lot of fun. My 11th, 10th, 9th, and 8th laps on this track just now, so it's a ton of fun. But we're hot and heavy into Time Attack action. Track mod cars already started their flyers, much more spread out this time.
Yeah,
this guy's actually planning ahead a little bit, and I think. The cloud cover just coming in. We expect some thunderstorms maybe a little bit later, but these guys have a dry track for the most part. I'll get to that. And they're starting flyers for Heat 2 right now.
Yeah, so I think what we saw earlier today, we saw Jackie Ding was at the top of the street modified category. And I talked to him in the paddock a little bit ago. They said all the boost leak issues they had at Gingerman completely gone, so they're just going for it. I know I probably just commentator cursed the heck out of Jackie. I'm sorry, Jackie.
I knocked on wood, Jackie. I promise.
Is this? I don't even know if you can guarantee that.
It's all right. It's fake wood. But I think the big storyline so far is track records and track modified for AS Motorsports. That LS7 BMW went a 127.8, and that's a track record in track modified. We had a track record in Street GT. That's Kobe Shield on a 132.9, and we had a track record in Street for Team Twitch with Brandon Randvik driving in that E36 with a 133.4. That's so fast for a street car. I just drove a street car. We did a 136. And we got multiple street cars in the 33s. So that's moving. Also, like you said, Jackie Ding fastest in street modified over Ryan Matthews, and Alex Moss was third. But not to take away from track mod, AS Motorsports reset the track record. Ferris Khartoumi, who is finishing his first flyer right now,
Oh, that car sounds
was
so cool.
second place. He is now first and holds the track record in track modified at 127.4. And that is moving. The AS Motorsports BMW had a kind of slow first flyer at a 134. What is, hang on a second, street modified, Jackie Ding, a 128.9? What? 128.9. I believe the standing track record was a 130.8.
Holy
So
cow.
Jackie Ding smashes the street mod track record, and Ryan Matthews tries to go with him, but only at a 133. Alex Moss now jumps into second place in street modified with a 130.2, and that would have been a track record, but Jackie Ding said track record in the 30s, whatever. No, I'm going to go 2 seconds faster than the street mod track record.
You got to know right now that, again, he posts on YouTube all the time. He's got a YouTube channel. Just look up Jackie Ding, and every time you see him come across the line and you look at the time and he goes, yeah, because you know how much, that's got to feel so good. When you come across the line and you see how much better that time is, you're wondering if you're believing what you're seeing, and that's one of those times you look down and you wonder if there was a scoring error.
And I'm sure, I am correct. It was a 130.8 from Sean Krebsbach, standing last year's track record. Jackie Ding smashes that by nearly 2 seconds. He's the second fastest car on track right now over Alex Moss, who's also in street modified. Electron Sport, I don't know the name of that driver, but it's a Corvette C5. Goes a 132.7, so that's third quickest on the track for street modified. Not a lot of other action. Looking down to street, Austin Hurdle, a 134.3. That's a little slower out of that street class car. So no movement in street just yet, and we don't see any street GT times really making noise. Kobe Shield is quickest for this session at a 135 after going 132 this morning. So we have more laps finishing up. Looks like both the AS Motors car and Ferris Khartoumi took the time to reset for another flyer.
I have to say that Ferris Khartoumi's car, it sounds like the C7 GT Le Mans car.
It does.
And it's so cool.
So good. And it's got the turbos that you can see under the fenders.
And there's Kobe Shield coming across in division right now. And like I said earlier, today was taken around for quite a ride with you a couple weeks ago in that car. And, you know, what I was surprised with is I think I've always had this idea of, you know, because I've always thought of the Camaro as a muscle car, right?
Yeah.
And it really does corner a lot better than I thought. Because I got to ride in a Scat Pack Challenger back at GridLife South last year. That car was just a definition of a straight line missile and a cruise ship in the corners. But the Camaro's got a pretty good handling platform.
It is. Can't beat a bitch in Camaro.
No.
Can I say that on this channel?
I don't know, but it's not my problem.
All right, Jackie Ding is your track record holder and leader in street modified. He's on pit lane right now, getting tire pressures taken. It looks like the car is mechanically sound. They don't even have the hood up on it. That's great news. Sean Grebsbach also came through. He's stopping in front of some crew with no time in the books for the 414, and he was your previous track record holder. He's going to need to go 2 seconds faster than his personal best, theoretical at least. More drivers taken to the pit lane, but the AS Motors car completes a flyer 135.4. So what I was going to go back and talk about, I mentioned the weather. We have a lot of clouds on the horizon. We have a pretty high chance of a thunderstorm popping up sometime this evening, which will be great for GLTC. It's going to suck a little for the time attack guys because the time attack format just builds on the whole weekend. So if it rains, it doesn't matter. We do have track records for the rain, so they can go out and try for those. But that aside, this track is seeping really badly in a couple spots.
Heard that.
Turn number 13 specifically, right onto the front straightaway where Kobe Shield is in the middle of the track. I was just on track, and when you track out between the two apexes of turns 13 and 14, there's a seam, and the water is seeping through that. It sends the car on just a little bit of a ride, so you have to plan for that. And the fact that these guys are breaking track records by that much with these conditions, water seeping all over the place, really only significantly affects your line in 13-14, but there's water all over the place seeping up into the track, and they're still going fast. And I think the cloud cover on the surface is definitely helping that.
Yeah, and we saw drivers earlier, I can't remember whose video I was shown, of hitting a puddle and the insane slide and save that you have to do, but...
we have a new track record in street. That's Team Twitch. Brandon Ranbeck goes a 133.2, which is 0.2 faster than he had gone this morning. So he picks up 0.2 on the event to take a new lead, a larger lead in street. That's a rear-wheel drive BMW E36. Austin Hurdle now tries to respond and comes across the line. Where does he go? He's going to sit second still in street with a best time of 1:34.1 in this session. His previous best was 1:33.8 earlier today. So no changes in street running order, but a new track record reclaimed once again by Brandon Randbeck and Team Twitch. But still at the top, fastest of the event, track modified, Ferris Kartoumi, 1:27.4, and that's going to be fastest in track modified over the AS Motors car, 1:27.8 this morning. Toby Shield continuing to lap in the Street TT car. He was barely, he's nipping at the heels of his fastest run. He's got a bunch of 1:33 2s and 3s right now out of 4 laps. So he's really consistent in the Camaro, but is not able to match that 1:32.9 from earlier today. A bunch of drivers taking the pit lane. Alex Moss is now in. He was very close to claiming the track record, running under the track record, but couldn't get it in that S2000 because Jackie Ding flinged it all the way to a 1:28.9.
And he dropped the mic when he left, a 1:28.967. I think pulled off the track. I haven't seen him since then. That was his most recent best time. So really impressive lap, and he'll probably go in and celebrate that one for a little bit. I mean, that's really all you're trying to do, Tom, is run a quick lap. And we've run something like that. Like, why tear up the car to run more?
Yeah, you can one and done it for sure. A new improvement for Ryan Matthews. He's going to go to P3 in street modified with a 1:31.5. So that's pretty close to what track record pace used to be. That's a whole 3 seconds off of the new track record, 2.5 at least. Grid filling up for Group B. Here's Sean Krebsbach. He's actually back on track. Looks like he's either starting or completing a flyer. Where does he go? It looks like he's starting a flyer, so he's not on board yet, but keep an eye on the 414 car. He's working his way through turns 2 into turn 3 in the Evo.
So, talking about this racetrack in particular, this is one of these places that's got these really big, tall, smooth apex curbs. In something like Time Attack, on day 1, are you going to go out there and use every little bit of that curb, or is that something you might just use as a last resort on day 2 to try to sneak away a victory?
There's so many different approaches to Time Attack. I've had plenty of people that I've worked with or talked to. They build up and build up and build up, and I think that's a really high-risk maneuver in Time Attack because, as we've talked about, you basically get one and done. If you can one and done it, then you're done.
Right.
You know? So if you're building and building and building, especially when you talk about reliability of Time Attack cars and the consistency of the weather and the track and everything else, if you have to build, that's fine. But I think if you can just go pound around here and come out swinging, that's the way to do it. I'm a big fan of if you got a boost adjuster, turn it all the way up for session number 1 because the car's not going to last. It's not going to last, right? So you just turn it up. Alex Orteat coming through, knocking on the door of a 34 in Street GT. He's at a 35 flat. His first time at this track with his BMW M4 out of Street GT. So he's about 2 seconds off the pace of what track record is. Austin Hurdle still pounding around. He matches his previous best at a 1:33.8. But the street benchmark is Team Twitch with Brandon Randbeck at the wheel of his E36. 1:33.2 is the track record there.
Jeremy Boysen's out on track. That's not, I would assume that's not the GLTC car, is it?
No, it's the Cayman, which was actually puffing some black smoke out the back of it last time he grabbed a shift up the front straight.
Well, that's not good.
Sean Krebsbach, where did he go? That's the RS Motors car. Here he is, street modified, 1:33.1. So that's even 3 seconds off of what his previous was last year. Not great for Sean Krebsbach yet. Car always fast, though.
It's real quiet on track right now. Not a whole lot of guys out there. I'm not seeing any flag indicators that would suggest that we wouldn't be.
I think this is pretty standard Time Attack stuff.
Yeah, you just run out, run your laps, and get done.
You know, the cars get hot, the tires get hot. You know what you did, and if you stay out there pounding around, you're basically just going slower by the merit of heat. Toby Shield finally gives up, and he's coming in to check tire pressures on the pit lane. The number 84 car, that was the, oops, I forget the initials, AS Motors. LS7 BMW also headed back to paddock. He was no improvement this time, not even a really competitive lap on the board, only a 33 this time. He was a 27 in the morning.
One thing I will note is that cloud cover has come over Autobahn Country Club.
Yeah, significant.
And obviously, the sun not beating directly down on the pavement is going to cool the track off a little bit. And while it might not be a 30-degree difference, it's still going to be significant enough where you're going to, you might have been a little faster at the end of this session versus the beginning of it. But
what'll be really interesting is we have the peak probability for a thunderstorm right at the final Time Attack session of the day at about 7 o'clock tonight. So this may be the last time these guys get a dry track. Although the weather is a complete roulette here in the Midwest, you don't really know.
Yeah.
I think a lot of the GLTC drivers are probably going, give me that rain, give me that rain. I know I would be, but time attack drivers, they're going to pack up and go home if it starts to rain, I think.
Well, the other thing is we've already, in the first, thankfully we haven't seen anything later in the day, but the first session today we saw a lot of offs, especially in the first sector. And I'm sure in the rain, this place gets really, really treacherous. You mentioned the weepers. I also think that, with it going off track at all is a dangerous thing here because you can get yourself stuck in the mud.
Yeah, big time.
And that's not fun.
Yeah, and I've heard that this place is not too bad in the rain as far as like a Mid-Ohio standard, which is a skating rink at best. But it is, like you said, it's challenging, and I've also heard that it puddles a little bit, so that's another thing to look at. Track is pretty much clear. We had Alex Artea, Chris Bickford all calling it. The 115 of our buddy Electron Sport. I don't know the name of that driver, but that car calling it quits. So I think we have one car finishing a cool down.
I hear it. There it is.
Or not. No, it's Austin Hurdle still pounding around. And that's a street class car, which means it's least likely to lose speed through the session. What can he do this time? 34.2, so he slows down a little bit. Trying to chase down that 33.2 of Brandon Randvick. So going back to class standings, Ferris Khartoumi is at the top of track modified with a new track record at Autobahn Country Club, 127.4 over this morning's time for the AS Motors BMW. 137.8, so that's second place in track modified. It looks like Joel Morrison maybe scored third in track modified with a 132.6. Double check that. Yes, that is third place. That's your podium right now provisionally in track modified. In street modified, a huge new track record for Jackie Ding in the Supra, 128.9. That means Jackie's only a second and a half off modified track record. That's nuts. Alex Moss is second with a 130.2. And then I think in street modified, Ryan Matthews' time from this morning, the 132.1, will be the third place time. Street GT, Kobe Shield resets the track record once again, 132.9. Second place will be Alex Artea at 135 flat, and then Chris Bickford in his C7 will be 135.2. Pretty big spread there between first and second. And then in street, continuing to reset track records, is Brandon Randvick for Team Twitch in the BMW over Austin Hurdle. And then in street, moving down to, looks like Samel Meslevek will be third.
Glad you said it because I wasn't going to try.
I'm just going to stick with that. If that's wrong, I'm confidently wrong.
We'll roll with that.
So track looks like it's pretty much clear of Heat A. The sky's getting darker and darker. Again, we don't really expect weather to move in until at least 6 o'clock, but it's definitely looking inevitable. It's just a matter of when.
Well, last night I rolled in at about 11 o'clock after driving in 2 hours in what might have been the worst thunderstorm I've ever seen in my life. So if I know anything about this area of the country, is that it can get bad very quickly and for a very long time. So
we're in the plains of northern Illinois. If you've not been to Autobahn Country Club, looks like Austin Hurdle is actually still on track, cooling down now. So we can move over to Group B for Heat 2 of Time Attack, and Mike Amick is the top driver in that. Had a bunch of mechanical issues this morning in his street modified STI, and that car is a contender for track records when it's running, so that'll be cool to see him. Hugh Lee is the second driver, and he was the driver I was just working with. So he's knocking on the doors of the 37s, maybe even the 36s. In that Evo out of street all-wheel drive, and then Alex Peets. Oh, I just got a note. Sam Bosnian is what we're going to go with. We're not going to bother with the mess I made of whatever I said.
Okay.
Bosnian. Sam Bosnian is the third driver in street. Thank you, Abe. But we're also going to see regulars, Ryan Froove, Kyle Fortner. Let's see, looking down the list. David McAllister will be out there in the 151. We got the K Miata right in front of us here.
Could be.
Nish Patel is out there in his FRS, seated in Group B. So we're going to see those cars now taken to the track.
I'm partial to the FRS. I think those cars are really cool.
Dream car, right?
Yeah. It's an attainable dream car. It's frustrating when you could sell the car that you have to get the car that you want, but that would be a really dumb idea. So you just did that.
We don't need to go there.
But maybe your idea wasn't so dumb. So
I hope not.
It was your idea was pretty reasonable.
Third car on track will be fun to watch. I'm going to change the topic about my dumb life choices. We got a C8 Corvette is the third fastest car in Group B right now.
Have you gotten a chance to drive one of those yet?
I have not. Alex Peets, hit me up.
Yeah, well, so I saw they had a little lap battle at VAR. Jackie Ding and Kobe Shield was driving the C8. It was a stock C8 versus they did it versus a stock Supra, and then versus the TA90 fancy, all whatever Jackie's got done to it.
Sure.
And the C8 was definitely quicker than the Supra stock, but Jackie's Supra is a little bit quicker than the C8. So that kind of gives you an idea of how quick that car can be.
Sure.
Pretty quick.
And out of the box, that car's a Street GT car. So if the Street GT car is capable of pretty much street mod pace, that means Alex Peets' car could be a podium contender, should be a podium contender really in Street GT with Kobe Shield and the 32s. That C8 Corvette has a lot of potential as they're now coming onto the front straight any minute now. Most of the cars down the back straight on their warm-up laps for Group B.
We'll get their timed laps beginning, and here's some tire squeal from the other side of the track.
The tire squeal comes first. Mike Amick looking, he is on it. A little bit of smoke out of the back of that car, but he only needs enough smoke for one lap. Starting a flyer, he's got a really nice gap back to Alex Peets in that C8 Corvette.
Looks cool from the front as it comes on through.
I like it best in black, I think.
Yeah.
I'm not a huge fan of some of the body lines in other colors, but there's Alex Q starting his lap. Ben Niche right behind. A bunch more names I'm scared to say.
And pretty tight back here. This is not quite as spaced out as I think they'd want to be. It's a little bit congested out here right now.
I think when you get down into the order of the time attack, the meat and potatoes of time attack, these guys are all in the 38s, 40s, 42s even. You're gridded by speed. You have the guy in front of you, is a little faster than you. The guy behind you is a little slower, so you can run in tighter quarters. And it's almost better to have a little bit of a rabbit to chase in some cases. If you're a driver that's still learning the limits of your car and you can kind of learn off of other drivers, kind of down into these Group B and C of time attack. I don't hate the idea of running closer quarters. Unlike if you're Ferris Khartoumi running 27s, you need all the space you can because your car makes speed differently than literally everybody else here.
Yeah, meaning in a rocket ship in a straight line.
In a straight line, yes. But also just in general. Mike Amick still at speed in the street modified Subaru, so the small amount of smoke we saw coming onto the front straight has kept that car going. It might have even been water if he grabbed a little bit of water off the curb. Let's go with that.
Is this still wet over there on the curbing?
It is on the curbing on the edge of the track. There's a lot of water, a lot of mud, still seeping a little bit right where Mike is now. He's going to tack her up and come onto the front straight to complete his first genuine flyer of this event. He was standing on a 38. He goes 35. To a 35-2, so that's a big pickup for Mike Amick. Going to move him way up the order in street modified, I have to imagine.
C8 coming on through the final corner onto the front straight, winding up through all probably 15 gear. What do they have in cars now?
At least 10. He's going to go 39.9, no improvement. There's Q Lee. He's a little slower on his personal best as well, 39.2. Al Fortner just completed his best, 39.9 in the street all-wheel drive. 39.8. That's not his usual time attack car. I think that might be his daily. He's out here running time attack in, so that's a good, solid time for that. Jared Garcia goes third fastest on the session in street modified rear-wheel drive. That's a 117 car, which is, who is that? Where is he? Is that an S2000? Yes, S2000, third quickest on the track.
So 4 minutes into Group B here, and so Michael Amick right now looks like the quickest of the group. Now, all-wheel drive, rear-wheel drive, front-wheel drive, we've had this conversation before. On a flat track like this, does all-wheel drive give you any sort of advantage, or is it not really a big deal?
This strikes me as a rear-wheel drive, front-engine rear-wheel drive, momentum car, balanced car kind of track. I just drove the Evo of Q Lee, and I can tell you that some of the corners are just a little too long for an all-wheel drive car that's got the engine on the front, a bias towards front-wheel drive. It's just not as happy on some of these corners. Mike Amick just completed his fastest lap, a 32.7. That's a huge pickup. So he picked up 6.5 seconds on this session alone from his previous best. That car looking healthy. A lot of support from Turn-In Concepts. Trackside here for Mike. He's still on it, pushing hard on. He's on Yokohama's, and I got Chris Stewart next to me in my ear talking about Nankangs. You want me to talk about that on the mic, or are you talking about yourself?
I'm just talking about the comments.
Oh, the comments are looking at Nankangs. Who's saying what?
Because of Jackie's time.
Copy.
He's the only driver in the country I've seen
on those tires.
Everyone goes, I want those tires now.
Yes. My understanding is it's very similar to their 100 treadwear, but maybe just a little different with 200 on the side.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Don't take my word for it. Everything I say is unofficial.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure.
There's got to be guys up there in Yokohama, right?
Yeah, there's people.
And I wish I could chip in more. I'm still learning about the whole time attack thing. Again, I'm relatively new to the GRIDLIFE community, only really having my first event was Midwest last year. And coming in and sort of focusing on GLTC, I'm still trying to learn who everybody is, what everyone's cars are. I feel like I'm getting some of the Group A guys down more, but Group B is still sort of a mystery to me. So
yeah, once you get into the mixture of classes, it's kind of hard to say. I would love to tell you where Mike Omick is overall in street modified. I think he's probably right around top 5, but it's tough to do all the mental math, especially when I only have 10 fingers.
yes.
And Jared Garcia picked up. He's in street modified as well in that S2000, so he's at a 37.9. That's second quick on the track right now. Hugh Lee went personal best, 38.8. Third quickest on track right now.
Do you know who was in this RX-7 down here on the...
I can tell you, that's Brian Blaine.
So
that's an LS powered.
yeah, this car, I think it was this car. Was this the car that blew up at Gingerman a few weeks ago?
No.
I'm sure he would love for you to talk about
Different one.
There was another one. I think because it was actually, I think the other one was actually a rotary.
Yes, the other was actually a rotary.
And
that was, forget who it was.
yeah, but the reason I bring this up is because it was sort of funny. When it came back in, I've never seen this happen. The exhaust is blowing smoke rings out in perfect circles. And our buddy Rob Wilkinson has some amazing pictures of that. Just the perfect smoke rings floating up through the air like someone was vaping on hot pit. It was amazing.
No smoking on Bill A.
It was the most expensive vape that anybody's ever had.
For sure.
Yeah.
But
Mostly because there was oil all the way down.
yeah. Yeah, but it was still fun to watch. I mean, for me, I
but
didn't have to do the cleanup, but
true. So Mike Omick's in the pit lane. A couple drivers picking up time. Alex Peets in his C8, 38.6. Hugh Lee, 38.3. That's PBs for both of those drivers. Dominic Lofretti moves into the top 5 in the street car. That is a 39.1. Ben Misch, GRIDLIFE regular, 39.9 in his what am I saying? In his RX-7.
it is Tonka T500.
Exactly. I can tell you. So Omick, Garcia, and Ben Misch are the top 3 in street modified in Group B here. In street, Hugh Lee is the leader in this session. I don't know where he is overall. Dominic Lofretti is second, and Cal Fortner third. Track modified, Vitus Arenauskas is the fastest track modified car on track. That's the number 99 car, which is a BMW M3. I think he's the only track mod car in this group. And then moving into Group C, we will be momentarily where we're going to see Sunday Cup come out. That's a whole new class we haven't seen or talked about yet in Group A or B.
You know, this reminds me of Gran Turismo. There's a whole series called Sunday Cup,
That's it.
and it's the best.
But this one is Sunday like ice cream.
Yes,
Love it.
it's the best. I have not had ice cream in a while. That's something I should
Just go
do.
get ice cream.
We should go find a place.
There's the 99 of Vitus Arenauskas. He moves up to third in the session, 38.0. That track modified BMW. He's down into turn number 2 already, working another flyer. Omick still on pit lane. Garcia on a cool down. Hugh Lee finds him in a little bit more time. That's the car I just drove. So 38.0 for him. It's good to see him improving after taking a ride. 151 of David McAllister just comes across. That's a Street Mod Evo. Looks like he's still sitting 16th on the session.
David McAllister, I also recognize this name from the iRacing series.
Yes.
And that's actually sort of cool. Again, GRIDLIFE running their esports program on SYM TV the past couple months, doing a couple different series. And some of these names we're familiar with. Jackie Ding obviously entered a couple races, David McAllister, and a bunch of the GLTC guys have also done it. So sort of cool to see those names and recognize those names from a sim world versus the real one. But here they are competing in real life.
Here we are.
Graphics are pretty good out there. Frame rate's amazing.
It's exactly amazing,
It's-
yes. Mark Brylo had a big pickup of 38.1, so he goes 5th fastest this session in his street class Evo. Track getting a little quiet, though. Most of the cars on the back half of the track. And now you're going to see, this is kind of when everybody was just going to lap for the sake of it. You know, the top of Time Attack A, maybe 2 and done, maybe 3 and done. These guys are gonna run their laps. There's another pickup by a full second for Hugh Lee, and he's now the second fastest car on the track at a 137.1. He's getting quicker and quicker in his street class Evo, but Mike Omick is the big mover this time. He's going to jump well up into Heat A.
Corvette was just trying to sneak out of the way. Got a little bit of grass. That's always a hairy moment there, but got it collected and continued.
Another pickup for Vitus Aronauskis, third quickest, 37.3, his BMW.
All right. So again, things sort of calming down for Group C here. I do see a couple. What do you call multiple FRSs? FREs?
Twins.
Fair enough.
FRSs and BRZs in a group, they're all twins.
Yes. Or I guess
Did you
triplets
think
with
I
the
was
86.
being a smartass?
No.
Because
I mean,
that's what they call them.
no, I know that's what they call them.
You kind of looked at me
But
and slowly.
well, the reason
like
I feel like if there's like a BRZ and an FRS, you call them twins. But if it's two FRSs,
copy.
then is it FREs?
Yeah, sure, why not?
FRUs? A flock of FREs.
I don't know. This is getting back to the hat conversation.
A we were talking about this. The reason I think you weren't here, but we were talking about what you call a group of ducklings versus a group of cats. And there's a whole vocabularium around.
I've read the list. It's chaos.
Yeah.
I like a murder.
A murder of crows.
Crows. Who came up with that?
Not me.
You can see Q Lee slows down for the first time, completing lap 6. That car's probably given up on its tires and its turbo getting pretty hot. It's going to keep pounding around. We have about 10 cars left on track. One of them just came through, Vladimir Skurda, who is now 6th quickest in his street all-wheel drive car, 38.3.
What suspension does Evo have in it for Q Lee? Is it stock or does it have? It's probably got fancy parts in it.
No, it's just shocks and a little bit up spring rates. Pretty soft, actually.
Yeah, I was gonna say it was leaning over a lot. I was wondering if it was set up to be like that. I mean, I'm sure you want it to dig a little bit.
Well, and that's the idea. In street, not in street, street GT as well. The car has to not only be street legal, it has to actually have its plates. Yeah, pass the state inspection, all the paperwork.
The ice cream test, actually, right?
And the drive-through test, right?
Yeah.
The speed bump. What is it? What is it?
I thought it was the ice cream test. We have to be able to take your wife to go get ice cream or something like that.
Is that peanut gallery? Anybody?
What are we talking about?
No one's listening.
The time attack ice cream test where you have to like take your wife to get ice cream. That's the test to see if your car is legal or whatever.
You can't.
We have to go ask Adam because I feel like Adam has the answer to this question. But
Adam is much more qualified to be doing this right now. Yeah.
I think that's actually the answer. You have to take Adam's wife.
Well, she's probably used to riding in cars that are nowhere near street legal, so maybe that's not a good gauge to use. But do we know what happened to Adam earlier? I hadn't talked to him after the race, but he was out there for GLTC Race 1. He pulled in early.
He might have gotten bored. I was going to say, he was standing up there just smiling. Yeah.
That's good. Good for him. All right, so track really has quieted down. Looks like Healy's just he's still out there digging.
Straight digging. Did another 37.5, so he was trying to break into the 37s. Did so a couple times this session.
Hey, for track time, you might as well get yourself some track time, I guess. and these guys don't run again for another 2 hours.
Yeah, and again, we have definitely dark clouds on the horizon. Chance of storms. I don't know what. No storms? Sorry.
Well, bro, I saw the radar, and there's some stuff forming.
No,
I'm not sure if it's going to actually stay around.
Sure.
So if it happens, it'll be quick.
I forgot. There's no thunderstorms. Birds aren't real. And
that's a subreddit.
And chemtrails. Shakes fist. Ooh, big fireball out of the back of Ben Nish's RX-7 as he's continuing to try to pound around. Gets a little traffic this time.
You do know that cars that shoot fire are definitely better than cars that don't shoot fire.
That is a scientific fact.
Yes. Cars with more stickers. If you have more stickers, then your car shoots flames farther. Then your car's faster.
That's a lot of math.
It's like something like stickers squared plus
this equation is getting too complicated for my little brain.
Sticker squared plus flame length minus weight times power.
Times power. Abe says if you don't have a wife to get through the ice cream test, you can borrow his.
Borrow Abe's wife?
Yes. Sounds like there's plenty of wives.
There's many wives available.
Pass. Yeah, probably. We're walking a fine line. Car I'm excited to see come out for Group C as Group B is kind of moving along into pit lane.
Yeah.
A handful of cars finishing up, but it looks like the checkered flag is probably coming out soon.
Yeah, it looks like Hewley's backed off to cool down a little bit. So.
At the very back, Ben Thorne has not turned a lap yet in his Civic, which is K24. I got to drive that car at GRIDLIFE spring kickoff a couple weeks ago.
I've made that mistake about 10,000 times.
And that car hauls the mail. That car's so fast. Makes about 260 wheel horsepower and has no aero. He went for a ride and a half this morning. He was thwarted by a small puddle, but a lot of people were, and now he's back at the very back of grid for Group C. But that car is certainly a contender.
K-Miatas are just awesome cars.
Well, it's a Civic. But
Oh,
yes.
Civic. Okay. Well, I was just saying. Well, I think I was thinking when you mentioned the K swap, I was thinking.
Yeah.
I just saw the other day on the Winning Formula Instagram that they had just done another K-Miata, 308 wheel horsepower. Wow, that's fast.
So fast.
That's a lot of Miata.
But I think K everything, right?
K, all of it. Yeah.
So he'll be at the back of a very busy Group C behind all of Sunday Cup and all the rest of them. But the top car is Jason Owens in his Civic Si race car. He scored a 144.8 in that Civic. So a lot of street class cars in this category. We have about a dozen street class cars, a couple of track modified and street modified cars down towards the bottom. Spec Fit is the class we were going to talk about when we got there, and that's Chad Meeks who's on top at a 147.8. I'm going to see if I can pull up Abe's cheat sheet and talk about if there was a track record before.
The Spec Fits look like a lot of fun. We saw them kind of pounding around at Gingerman a few weeks ago, and that's a class that I think would just be super fun to run in because you just got your Spec Fit buddies, and you just run around, and it's driving a slow car fast is often a lot more fun than driving a fast car sort of mediocre.
It is a blast, and those cars will teach you a heck of a lot about driving. And now we have all three generations of Honda Fit in Sunday Cup, along with trying to see if Tony Skursky is in Sunday Cup in his cars. No, it's all Fits. But the new Fit of Chad Meeks is the one that's kind of upsetting the apple cart right now. He's got the new 6-speed Fit Sport. He won at GRIDLIFE or at Gingerman last week, a couple weeks ago anyway, and he's leading the way right now, kind of midway up the grid in Group C.
So just to run down the rest of the schedule for today, because we're sort of getting towards the end of it. We've still got a couple hours worth of action. So we're still working on Time Attack right now. At about 15 minutes, we're going to have Drift again. We're going to go off the mic for that one, but you'll be able to watch it right here on the GRIDLIFE Facebook page and on SYM TV. And then we got some HPDE for a little while. Then Time Attack returns alongside us at 7:10 p.m. Central. And then 7:50 p.m. Central, 8:50 Eastern will be GLTC Race number 2. So that's what's left for today's events. Tomorrow, everything kicks off with Time Attack at 8:40 a.m. That'll be bright and early. GLTC Race 3 at 10:40 before lunch. So kind of an early day tomorrow. We'll get fired up. But still some action left today, culminating in our second GLTC race of the afternoon as Group C gets ready to fire up as Group B cars pull off the track. All right, so firing up for Time Attack Group C here, just after 5:20 Central Time here, Tom. We got a pretty large group of cars lined up on the hot pit here and heading around for their warm-up lap, get the tires and brakes up to temperature before they come through for their flyers.
It's Jason Owens, who is the top car in this group. A 144.8 was the top time in this group. But I think my car to watch this whole session. There's a lot of cool cars out there. But Ben Thorne at the very back in his Recreation Civic Type R, the EK hatch with a K swap in it.
And that is the Gears Gasoline guys.
Yes, absolutely.
Which they actually have done a series of videos on building this car, and they've been basically good back there. He's done a series of videos on building this car, what it costs to build if you're interested in that sort of thing, and also they've been kind of vlogging their efforts at the racetrack. So a really cool guy and group to watch.
Yeah.
And they've done a lot with GRIDLIFE in the past, and they do amazing work.
And they're documenting not only the build, but also the driving, I think. Ben has got a lot of track experience. He doesn't always, I don't know that he's ever leaned into time attack like this before, but I was lucky enough to drive that car and work with him a little bit at Gingerman the other weekend. And he was basically like, this is a really fast front wheel drive car, and it's terrifying. So I would just like somebody else to drive it and be like, yeah, that's how it should feel. And I drove it, and I was like, yeah, that's how it should feel. Yep. And he went, all right, here we go.
Okay.
And immediately went as fast as I went. As soon as he was like confident enough to trust that that's what the car should feel like, he matched my time. So Ben's quick in that car. He needed a little bit of confidence to say that, yes, it's well set up. Yes, it's meant to try to kill me a little bit, and I just got to hang on.
And I think the other thing is I think DJ and I talked about this earlier after you had left. There actually is a bunch of rain.
No, it doesn't exist. Remember?
Never mind. No, nothing. It's beautiful.
No, there's definitely rain on the horizon. It's way out there, but you can see when you know how like the.
What I was going to mention was that DJ and I were talking earlier about how much these guys value their builds in GLTC, in time attack. And for someone like Ben, you put all this money into this car, you spend all your hours and effort working on it, and the last thing you want to do is go out there and try to be a hero and wreck it. So I think it makes sense to put someone like you in the car, figure it out, before you go out there and try to push it to the limit, just so you know that's what it's supposed to do.
Sure.
So smart move on his part, I think.
So Ben just disappeared off of the back straight for us to see. He's got a huge gap, as my point, at the back of the grid. Pretty much everybody starting their flyers. Sunday Cup leader Chad Meeks is disappearing into turn number 4. The rest of Sunday Cup running in close formation as we'd expect. Across the start-finish line now. Another car that'll be fun to watch is that LSRX-7 that you were talking about. What is that? The 62 car, Brian Blaine. Except he's buried in traffic. He didn't really have the opportunity to get a flyer done, so he's doing his best to work through that.
Okay, just adjusting the angle here to get something a little bit different. Trying to get my bearings on cardinal directions here. Do we know which direction is west?
Well, this is the south track, so I'm guessing that that's north.
And that would be west.
So that would be west.
Okay, so just in case there was conceivably some sort of formation of weather, we would have an idea of which direction it might be coming from. But it's probably just sun.
It's probably just the sun.
And beautiful days.
Here comes some flyers. It's a bunch of Civics at the front. 10th Gen Turbo SI coming across with Jason Owens, 43.3. That's his personal best. Julian Mancuso through next. Sorry, no, Nicholas Kors through next at a 140.3. And then a whole stream of street cars. We got the S2000, car number 75. Ryan Gatos goes through. Ernesto Spuzelis, Dale Henry, Bart Goldenberg, Grant Davidson, all running in super close formation. Tori Skursky goes through. I actually confirmed that Tori Skursky is 100% building his Nissan Juke for GLTC. Talked to him earlier.
No way.
Yep.
We're going to have a Nissan Juke.
He used to run Time Attack, and now it's going to be a GLTC car. But he's in the BMW,
so cool.
Working his way through turn number 3 right now. In the meanwhile, he hasn't had it on track in about a year and a half, so someday it'll be out here.
That's so rad.
Here goes the RX-7. Brian Blaine goes to the top of the session, 39.2, and that's going to put him well up into Time Attack Group B. Where's Ben Thorne? Ben Thorne already in heavy traffic. A bunch of Honda Fits in front of him. Come on through.
What do these things do at the end of the front straight?
85.
85? I mean, it's got to be so much fun to ring a car around like this. I mean, it's like 90% on throttle time around here.
There goes Ben. So fast. Race car. So Ben gets a time in the books, and with a bunch of traffic, it was a 152.8. And like I said, he was attacked and assaulted by a small puddle earlier.
Oh, gosh.
That was just a turn-in of a corner that's otherwise harmless, and went for a big old ride. So he didn't get a session lap time. Now he's got one.
And I'm sure his second lap out probably be a little bit better without all the traffic in the way. I believe that car should be probably running better than the 152, I'd imagine, no?
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
He'll get down there. Nicholas Kors is now quickest in street modified for this group, 139.8. His Civic, and he's kind of stuck behind Jason Owens, who's now on a cool down. So they sort themselves out, leading into turn number 4.
Looks like Grant Davidson might have moved up a spot, maybe. Potentially.
Got PBs across the board for Jason Owens. Went a little quicker. Julian Mancuso went faster. Harden, Henry, Davidson, Meeks, all of them picking up time. Now Mike Coons has a big jump in the number 310 car. That's his Subaru WRX now in turn number 3. There he is. Ben Thorne's in clear air down the back straightaway. The Gears and Gasoline Civic. Looking for a 3, Ben. Looking for a 3. 1, 1, 3. What's that game show? Did they do that? Big money, no whammies.
What shows?
I forgot you're a child. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm 22. Tom, I know Hannah Montana, and that's what I grew up with.
I'm laughing because, well, that was funny, but also the spec fits down the front straightaway. They're looking at each other down the straight,
just like, hey, what's going on,
staring each
man?
other down like you would in Fast and Furious. They're actually doing it.
Hey, bro.
Right.
Shifting into 18th gear.
It's a nice pickup for Ben Thorne, a 149.4. He's really struggling with clear track. If I was him,
Yeah, he's actually slowing way down to try to build up a gap. I think he needs more than that.
I'd be on the pit lane looking for a gap if I were him. But
Yeah.
still getting his head around that car. I don't know that he's been to Autobahn Country Club before either. So
A lot of people
these
haven't.
drivers have not.
The general consensus in the paddock was for a lot of people, this is a new track to them. And this is kind of a little bit of a scary place to figure out how to go fast. We saw in the early sessions a lot of people put their cars off, and you don't want to be that guy. So you're going to be a little bit cautious the first couple laps out. Especially when the conditions are so different than they were earlier today. Should be, in theory, faster.
Yeah, I think just from the air in the building, things cooling down quite a bit. The light is diminishing quickly as well. Heavy cloud cover.
Yeah, sunset's not going to be until late 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, something like that. But it feels like it's about to happen with all the cloud cover here. But again, it's cooled the track temp way down, which is probably helping. We saw some really impressive lap times in Group A, so I'm just assuming that at least the track temp had something to do with that. I mean, it might have dropped, at least 15 to 20 degrees from the heat of the day into what it is now. I haven't gone out there and felt it, but I guarantee it's gone that far.
Open the window.
I mean, air temp is one thing, track temp's another.
True.
The asphalt will hold heat longer than the air will. And so will the subsurface of the racetrack. The subsurface, is that a fun word?
Big old train of Honda Fits.
Here they come.
And it's led by Matt Williams, who's was really the guy to beat for a while.
right again through the middle of him. He's a poor guy.
Slaloming all the way through those guys.
Oh, Tom.
Sorry.
He's making fun of me for mispronouncing the word slalom last night. And he's never going to let me live it down. Probably ever.
So not an improvement for Ben once again. He's still mired in the Sunday Cup traffic, but he's most of the way through.
Well, it's Saturday, so he doesn't want to be there. So.
And Chad Meeks, I'm trying to see if Chad picked up any time. He did. He was standing on a 48 this morning, and now the leader of Sunday Cup resets the track record to 47.5. What are you giggling about?
Chris just gave me a death stare for my dad joke. So it was a dad stare.
Yeah.
I said
I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed. Look.
Well, I said it's Saturday, so Ben didn't want to be in Sunday Cup.
Oh,
But
yeah.
yeah, you were too busy being a professional
I'm
to
trying
notice
my
me.
best to carry this thing, okay?
Hey, I told you. I don't know. I'm just I'm afloat in the wind of
There you go.
time attack. So
You're just learning.
I'm learning.
Speaking of, Daiho Chen picked up a personal best that time through, 45.9. Mike Coons also picked up a personal best, Bart Goldbeld, in his track modified. That's a roadster modified car, I think. That means it's kind of a subclass of only Miatas in track modified who don't feel like adding a ton of power but want to do everything else. I think is pretty much what that is. He picked up a best lap, 47.9. Field's thinning out just a little bit. Probably have a dozen cars left on track turning laps.
Yeah, right. Getting little bit deeper into Group C as well, so we'll probably see drivers start to kind of tail off here. So again, just we're going over the schedule again for this evening. Next up on track will be Drift this evening, right after the conclusion of Time Attack. And then it'll be a couple sessions of HPDE before we'll head back into Time Attack at 7:10 p.m. Central. And then 7:50 Central, 8:50 Eastern will be GRIDLIFE Touring Cup race number 2. That will be it for Saturday. We'll fire back up at 8:50 again tomorrow morning.
Ben Thorne finally has cleared track. He's starting his 5th flyer in the Civic, and he's got nothing but open air in front of him. So this will be a lot of fun to watch, to see what the 66 car does. A couple cars calling it quits. The 70 of Nick Kors, one of them in his Turbo Civic. Still inexplicably a British flag on the roof of that car.
I passed it on Route 86 going to Gingerman in New York State. It might have been in Ohio.
Yeah.
But I passed that car. It bewildered me because I had never seen a Union Jack on a car like that. Because it doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't make any sense. And he's not British.
No.
He's the first to say it. Doesn't make any sense. Grant Davidson goes personal best, 44.9. So on lap 5 of this session, the improvements are trickling away. Bart Goldenbeld goes faster as well, 46.9. But we're watching for Ben Thorne, Civic Type R. He's on the back straight. Has nothing but clear air for the first time this event. Street records are right now in the 33s, and that's a street class car. So if he can get close to maybe 34s, 35s, I think he'll be really thrilled with that.
Yeah, he did just pick up last lap, 148.451. That was his best, but obviously not where that he wants to be, or not where that car should be. So
I think he'll knock on the 30s this lap through. It's going to take a little while to dial into a new track, new car, and all that, but here he comes onto the front straight, the Gears and Gasoline driver.
Cross the line.
A little bit of rev limiter.
Big jump.
43.6 up to 4th in the session. So that's a good pickup for the front wheel drive car, just behind Jason Owen's street front wheel drive car. I think that's the fastest pair of street front wheel drives. 42.5 for Jason Owens and 43.6 for Ben Thorne. Ben's going to keep trucking.
Yeah, he's got a lot of clear track now, so he should be able to. Tracking?
I don't know what I said.
Trucking? He's going to have a lot of clear track, so he should be able to get in an even quicker lap this time through with the confidence built up a little bit. So we'll see when he comes next time through.
And down at Sunday Cup, Chad Meeks is still the quickest, 47.5. But can we scroll a little bit? Can you scroll?
I sure can.
That was not supposed to be an offensive joke, Sunday Cup drivers.
Oh, maybe I can.
Nope.
Hold on.
All right.
Wait, no, I definitely can. I'm just struggling. There we go.
Here we go. Second in Sunday Cup then is Not So Fit Racing, which is car number 8. Is that Matt? Is Matt. And Matt Williams is actually sitting 4th. What am I doing? No, Michael Smith is 2nd, and then Matt Williams is 3rd in Sunday Cup.
They have to have class positions on this. That would be handy. But kind of work with what we got here. It's so dark out.
Track record speed right here.
Yeah.
The Group A guys are going, oh man.
Yeah,
they're out there right now.
They'd be out there running 110s if they're right now.
Probably.
Jackie
Comes
Diggs
Ben Thorne on another lap.
Yeah, this will be
He
a good
dropped
one.
from a 48 to a 43 last time through. This time through, he goes to a 40. 140.9 for Ben Thorne.
Another 3-second pickup for him that lap through.
So that's knocking on the 30s just like we expected.
It looks like he's backed off.
Yep, I think he might have taken the checkered actually.
He did. Checkered flag is out on this session. So that'll wrap up Group C here for Time Attack. Next session that will be commentating will be Time Attack once again at 7:10 Central. That's a little bit less than 2 hours from now. So we're going to both release ourselves from our duties. We'll be back at 7:10. Then GLTC Race 2 at 7:50 Central. Again, make sure that you're if you're watching SYM TV on our YouTube channel and you're used to us being in Eastern, we're in Central today out in Joliet, Illinois. So bear with us. We'll see you again in just under 2 hours at 7:10 Central. We'll be with you in a little bit.
Station looking to talk to somebody.
Welcome back, everybody. It's just before 7:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. My name is Kyle Heyer, joined by Tom O'Gorman, back with Grid Life Live for Time Attack Group A, the final session of Saturday here at Grid Life Chicago Track Battle. And earlier we had a pretty good battle. Some records fell quite heavily. Jackie Ding in the number 86 TN90 Supra knocked a record off by a couple seconds, Tom. So we go back out with Group A. We're going to try to do it all over again. A little bit cooler temperature now. The sun a little bit lower in the sky. We get to watch him drive faster on Autobahn Country Club all over again.
Yeah, it's 4 track records out of 5 classes. Actually, I keep forgetting Sunday Cup. They're down in Group C. So we have 5 track records out of 6 categories. And that's because we don't have a single unlimited car here. And I imagine if they had one, that one would fall too. But track modified, the track record goes to Ferris Khartoumi in his Corvette, a 127.4. Jackie Ding takes the street mod track record at a 128.9. It was previously a 130.8. So like you said, almost 2 seconds in the Supra. He's found a ton of speed. Track record for Street GT, Kobe Shield, 32.9. And then track record for Street goes to Brandon Randvick for Team Twitch at a 33.2. Finally, down in Group C, the Sunday Cup track record in the Honda Fit with the new Honda Fit is... where'd he go? Chad Meeks. There he is with a 47.5. So that's all 5 track records right now. We have Group A on track, finally warming up. And at the front, Ferris Khartoumi is the first car getting up to speed. He's coming onto the front straight right now to start his first flyer. And I honestly think we have a really interesting kind of mix of conditions right now because this is absolutely the coolest it's been. The air is cool. The track is certainly cooling. We have a lot of cloud cover, but the track is seeping a lot in a number of places. We've had a lot of moisture in the air, a lot of moisture on the ground, and it's seeping up not only at the edges of the track, but in the middle seam of the track in some places. So it's not prime track conditions, but I would argue it's probably the best we've seen all of it.
Yeah, so there is a little bit of unpredictability, though, with the weepers, like you were mentioning, the seeping of the water. So I think the asphalt right now, the dry asphalt, is probably the grip piece it's been all weekend so far. But there's that little bit of unknown of where the water is, and maybe this warm-up lap that everyone took, they're trying to figure out where that stuff is. Yep. But there's still, you're still attacking a little bit harder, and you're on that edge just a little bit more. So I would still be a little bit shy on that opening lap, just make sure that you don't find a curve that's gotten some hidden that you didn't see.
Yep.
Because you're going fast enough where it would be real bad if you found some water.
And these are the fastest cars we'll see all weekend. And actually, if you look on your screen, if you're joining us live, obviously, if you're listening to us, you joined us live, thanks for that. At the moment they come into shot from behind the trees is right where one of the seeping spots is mid-track. It's actually coming up at the middle seam of the track, and it's just enough moisture to set the car off track, like off trajectory. And it's right in the middle where your left side tires would be. So it's the loaded side of the car. It's very unpredictable. You can try to straddle it by running a little wide. You can try to run a little tight. And just that fast, there is Ferris Khartoumi coming back onto the front straight. Can he go any faster than a 127.4 to reset his track record?
Not quite. 127.556 first lap out, so about a 10th off. There goes Jackie Ding. 128.804.
And that's an improvement by a 10th over his previous track record, so backs that one up just a little bit more. The next car through is the 115. That's Electron Sport. No, I'm sorry, that was
Ryan Matthews?
Ryan Matthews, yeah. Ryan Matthews comes really close to the previous track record, 130.9. Then it's Electron Sport. That's a team-driven car with the 131.8. Those all street modified cars. Here comes Kobe Shield, leader of Street GT. What can he do? It didn't register. Oh, there it is, 131.8. That's a new track record by over a second for Kobe Shield. So that's dropping once again. So time's dropping in Street Modified and in Street GT. We're waiting for the street cars to come through. Team Twitch, 133.3, and that's a little slower than the 33.0 from before. Austin Hurdle goes PB, though, on that one. So everybody picking up a little bit of time here and there. RS Motors with Sean Krebsbach at the wheel came through in the middle of all that with a 131.1, and that was his best lap of the event so far, but a little slower than he was the previous track record holder in Street Modified.
Yeah, really curious to see if Khartoumi will do another lap here because he was just a 10th off, and if he's keeping an eye on that time, he'll see how close he was, and maybe that's just enough to make it go one more or two more, however many it takes. Because you're so close, you might as well go that little bit more. But here he comes.
He is powering across the line in the Turbo Corvette, 127.3. Finds 0.6 of a second to improve his 1/10 of a second to improve his track record a little bit more.
Yep, more close. It was a 4.93 before, so it's actually more like 0.2 that he gained.
Yeah.
So Khartoumi continues to.
He's still going too.
Lay down the gauntlet. Jackie Ding. I did not see him come through a third time here.
No.
But Ryan Matthews did come on through and does not improve that time, off by a couple hundredths.
There you see Jackie Ding on the camera in the pit lane, looking for crew members to see if maybe he's getting some service. He shakes his fist out the window in a little bit of mild celebration, gets a fist bump through the window. Yep, pretty happy with that 28.8 for sure, and that's less than a second and a half off the track record for track modified in a street mod car.
It's always surprising me how little these guys will drive. They'll drive as little as they have to preserve the car, but one and done for Jackie Ding. Gets it done again.
Continuing to scan around, it's a pretty good improvement for Alex Artea at a 134.9, and that's your second place driver in Street GT, or was, until Chris Bickford just clocked a 33.9, his C7 Corvette. So the guys battling for the second spot in the trophies, second spot on the podium, I should say. But Kobe Shield is in his own zip code, 2 seconds up the road from both of those guys.
Checkered flag for Group A here. Sorry, Tom, to cut you off.
Oh, was it?
Pretty quick session, seems like.
Yeah, really fast. We did get a little behind on the day, and we're tracing the sun. The sun sets here at 8:30 local time, and it's already 7:30. So we've got another GLTC race and 2 more groups of time attack to get through. Rolling through here, Mike Amick goes, I think, a little bit quicker than he had this morning. Where is he? 32.7. Yeah, he improves by 0.6 to a 32.1. Mike Puglisi gets his Evo down to a 32.5. Austin Hurdle, hang on a second, 33.2. Austin Hurdle takes the lead in Street GT by 0.02 of a second. I had to do my mental math right to make sure, but Austin Hurdle in the 370Z, 133.24. Team Twitch, the fastest time for that car clock was a 133.26. So again, 0.02 for those two. Hurdle just completed another lap, goes a little slower. Got drivers still taking the checkered flag.
These nice LED boards are handy around here. They're very informative to help us out.
One I missed. Alex Moss goes 129.3 in his Turbo K S2000, and that's second place still in Street Modified, but that is 1.5 seconds under the previous track record in the class from last year. So there are multiple Street Modified cars that are going really quickly, and Sean Krebsbach's another one of them, a 130.1, so he improves his prior track record pace to about 0.7 at a 130.1, but still Jackie Ding on top by about a half a second now only over Alex Moss, who's got another, call it 0.8 back to RS Motors for the trophy, or for the podium positions in Street Mod.
Yeah, Peter Zhang comes on through. He did improve slightly off of his time earlier today, a 136.715 to his 136.774 they ran in the previous session today. So a slight pickup for Peter Zhang down in 16th place as checkered flag falls for Group A. It looks like we've got almost everybody off. There's still about a half a dozen cars out there lingering before we line up for Group B. You're going to be heading out soon because you're going to be driving in GLTC Race 2, which will be the second GLTC car that you've had a run in today?
Yes, that's true.
So you're getting a little bit of everything.
I attempted to qualify. I'll be jumping back in my old K-Fit for Race 2 here. But just to recap, 3 laps in Group A and a lot of action. Ferris Khartoumi takes the new track record once again in track modified, 27.3 in that Turbo Corvette. Jackie Ding improves by 1/10 to take a new track record, 28.8, and then a new track record in Street GT, 131.8, and finally the 4th track record. 4 out of 4 classes that were represented in that session fell track records. Austin Hurdle claims the top spot right now going into day 2 with a 33.2 by, again, 0.02 of a lead to Brandon Ranvik in that E36.
Rest of the field coming on in. Kobe Shield in the 130 Camaro you see on your screen right now on the top right. Austin Hurdle in the 34. Also rolling on in. And with the last couple cars peeling off the track, I think that's going to do it for Group A. We'll line up and set Group B out here in just a minute. You can kind of see how dark it is getting, and the sun is fairly low in the sky. And the last GLTC race, headlights are usually recommended, but not required for GLTC, I don't think. So they sort of have to get them in before the sun sets. And with 2 more time attack sessions still to go, and the gridding process and pace laps for GLTC going to be a little bit tight before the darkness really begins to fall.
So it'll definitely be checkered flag at the sunset, and you get a beautiful look at it right there on the camera, looking on to the final corners And what's extra fun about that is we don't know what's going on for the last couple of corners of the track until they get to the start-finish line. So I'm going to step away. Yep, we're going to move over to Time Attack Group B. A lot of street mod, street and street GT cars represented here with the top car, Peter Granberg in his BRZ is the top-seeded car, and then Q Lee in his Lancer Evo is actually going to be the first car to take to the track. So
I don't see the BRZ rolling out, so it looks like Peter Granberg will be either later in the grid here and roll out later, or will not make it to the grid here. So, all right, Tom,
I will leave you with that, actually. Have fun.
All right, I will. I'm going to have a good time. The Group B rolling out on track now. The Evo, the first one out in Group B. That is Q Lee in the number 10 Street all-wheel drive category car. Right behind him, the S2000. Jared Garcia's number 117, the bright red car as he heads off into turn number 4. Warm-up laps now. Drivers getting heat in their tires and brakes before they go out for their flying laps. And no sign of Peter Granberg, who was the quickest driver in the earlier session in Group B with a 136.835. So we'll see if Q Lee can bring his Evo down below the street modified best driver of the day so far with Peter Granberg in the 511. Peter Zhang, you can see him on the bottom right camera angle in the Impreza, still sitting on the far end of hot pit. Still trying to get that car wrapped back in. So the field working their way around the far side of the course right now to come through for their first laps of Time Attack Group B. Going to be slightly amended sessions here, so only can really expect 5 to 10 minutes for this session as we wait for the first of the group to come back around. So no Zhang, so Q Lee's white Lancer will be the first driver to come on through the start-finish, begin his third session of the day at Autobahn Country Club. And if you just joined us here on Grid Life Live, my name is Kyle Heyer. I was earlier joined by Tom O'Gorman, who's going to get suited up for GLTC race number 2. But across the line, here comes Q Lee for his first of maybe several flying laps in his number 10. Across the line to begin his lap, the 30. Let's see where that was. Then Mish in the number 36 RX-7, the second car in line there. Then behind him, another Evolution. That's Mark Brilo, I believe, in the number 60, the silver car. The rest of the field coming on through. So beginning their flying laps now, we've got about 20 cars on this, including Ben Thorne in the street category, and he ran a 140.9 in the previous session of the day. He just comes across the line to begin his flying lap. You can see him on the top left, or top right rather, as he snakes on through turns 2 and 3. Pretty technical section, sweeping back from right to left into turn 4, where they disappear from our view all the way until they come out of turn number 14. That's kind of a blind spot out there. Really just get a good view of the first and last part of the final sector at Autobahn Country Club from the tower. So Q Lee will be the first driver to come back on through to record a time. And again, his best time previously was a 137.170. We'll see if he can improve on that on his first lap out.
Compared to like the fit that Chris has, seems so much lower profile.
Waiting for field to come on through. All pretty tightly packed together. They didn't really spread out quite as much as they probably could have. But we do have a black flag. All drivers returning to the pits, so we might have an off somewhere on the racetrack. Yep, black flag for all drivers. So see Ben Mish rolling around on through. And Q Lee also one of the first drivers to peel on down to pit lane. So not exactly sure what the holdup is, where the incident is on track, but presumably on the far side of the course. I do see a car stopped all the way towards turn 8. It might be the red S2000 driven by Jared Garcia, but again, I can't really tell who's out there. So we got safety trucks rolling out on the racetrack. And we'll hang tight for a few minutes to see what is the holdup here for Group B here in Time Attack for the third session of the day. So while we're waiting for this to get cleaned up here, we'll take a look at the schedule for tomorrow. And just getting a notification from Tomo. He's letting me know that he'll be recorded as Charlie Enslin in the fit for GLTC Race 2, which will be coming up in just a little bit. So take a look at tomorrow's schedule, because right after this we'll have Group C for Time Attack, and then we'll have GRIDLIFE Touring Cup Race number 2 tomorrow morning at 8:40 a.m. It'll be Time Attack once again for their 4th session of the weekend. And the next session that will be commentated will be GRIDLIFE Touring Cup Race number 3 at 10:40. Then Time Attack right after lunch at noon Central Time, before Time Attack once more at 2:25, the last Time Attack session of the day. Then GRIDLIFE Touring Cup Race number 4 of the weekend will be at 3:35 p.m. Central Standard Time tomorrow afternoon. Again, thanks for joining us here on GRIDLIFE Live. My name is Kyle Heyer, waiting for the track cleanup to begin here. This car stopped on the far side of the course, just out of view, over in the turn 8-9 area. And presuming it's the 117. Oh, Jared Garcia, but we'll wait and see. As Phil lines up on the pit lane. This is a frustration for some drivers with limited track time to have the session flagged like this. And stopped is just kind of encroaching on their track time, so they're trying to get back out there and maybe have another go at it. Again, we're sort of limited by the sunset here. Sunset just about 8:30 p.m. local time. And with another entire Time Attack session to get through, as well as the second GRIDLIFE Touring Cup race of the weekend, not a lot of time to mess around as we got Race 2 grid order. Thank you. Appreciate it. There. Awesome. So we got some changes now with, looks like Charlie Enslin will be trading his car out for Tom McGorman, will be 24th for GLTC Race number 2. So that will be coming up in just a little while. Other notable drivers, Justin Kelly, who was 3rd in GLTC Race number 1. Transmission issues for his S2000 powered FRS will be transferring his talents to the number 32 car for the for the second race of the weekend, starting in 3rd. And that'll be, I was curious to see if that car will be able to keep up with the pace that he had in race number 1, but still waiting for news that it looks like the red S2000 was the one that was stopped on the far side of the course. So just continuing to wait that out. Again, the track has cooled down significantly from the early afternoon, so the track temp's probably down 15 or 20 degrees. Air temp down certainly at least 10 since the early afternoon. We had a threat of rain showers earlier in the day that passed to the south, and it doesn't look like we'll have a chance of rain for the rest of the evening, so it should be clean and green for the rest of the on-track action this evening. So the field rolling on in, or the last car, I should say, the car that I believe was the one that was stopped on the far side of the track. And it looks like cars are potentially being released. We have the black flag has been refurled. And now the car in your camera shot right there on the bottom right is the car that was stopped. And indeed, it's the 117 car. Yeah, that is Jared Garcia. So he was the driver that was stopped over on the far side of the course. Not sure what that issue was, but it looked like he coasted back. Not sure if that was under power or not, but certainly some repairs of some kind coming here. As the field is going to get re-released back onto the course, and it looks like Mark Brylo's number 60 will be the first. No, excuse me. Q Lee in the number 10. Evo will be the first driver on course, followed by the newer generation Evolution. That, I believe, is Mark Brylo. And the rest of the field now getting fired back up. Now the 117 still rolling. Now this, I believe, is under his own power as he heads down pit lane. Hi there, Scott. How's it going?
GLTC grid changes.
Yes, I did. I was just handed a new sheet. I have it buried here. So.
Great. You got it.
All right, we're back. We just had Scott Giles fill me in on the situation with the GRIDLIFE Touring Cup grid order. Now, the Corvette, I believe that's out there, is the only Corvette, which is the C8, number 16. So cars coming on through, lap times down in the books. It looks like Ben Mish's 1:47.056 is the best in the session so far. No one else has laid down a time yet. As we come on through, we should get some times. And waiting for some of our front runners like Hugh Lee to come on through in the white Evo, and I don't see him on track. I think he's already passed by. Car on the screen right now is the number 11 car, and that is Brandon Ham in his 911 Street GT car. Ran a 140.342 earlier, and looks like, let's see, Brandon Ham, where is he on the timing scoring? P10 right now. Didn't record how we began a flying lap there, so no lap time in that time. Mark Brylow, no time there for him either. So just waiting for the timing, and checkered already in the session. I don't know if we got anybody else running a lap out there before we ended the session. So pretty much an amended Group B there, so no one really got times in. So unfortunately, that's the way things go sometimes with track time. So we'll see if Hugh Lee goes to the top board of 137.8, which is about 0.7 off his previous best. Vladimir Skurda and his STI comes on through a 135.3, and that is a 3-second improvement for him. So he went from a 138.3 to a 135.3, so a really solid time for Vladimir Skurda in the number 330. That's that black STI. And across the line, a couple more drivers coming on through. Chatty's number 46, a 139.8 for him. Across the line for the 724, 138.1, which is an improvement for him. He went from a 139.0 to a 138.1, so that's a 0.9 of a second improvement. Not sure we'll see anybody go faster than Skurda, though, with a 135.3 across the line now. For the 151 car, that's David McAllister's track modified, ran a 139.9 earlier, and just ran a 141.2, so a little bit off there. And it looks like Ben Thorne across the line ran a 140.9 earlier today, and Thorne goes a 140.9 all over again. It looks like we got DJ Alessandrini back here with me again. And you're good. Take your time. Thank you. Wow, that's a big Mountain Dew.
Ed said, "Go big or go home."
I mean, I'm not upset by that. So, just to catch you up on a couple things. Group A went well. It was a pretty short Group A session, about 6 minutes long. Group B, they went out and someone stalled. I think it was the Jared Garcia's S2000 stopped on the far side of the course. Had to black flag it, got him back in. They went back green for literally one lap and wrapped up. So Group C's up next.
Did they even get a flying lap?
They got one flying lap, and that's the times that you're seeing here. So it looks like Vladimir Skurda's STI, a 135.3. That was a 3-second pickup from his time in the earlier session.
I gotta go meet David McAllister at some point this weekend because
you were the one that got him to do the iRacing thing. That's actually where I recognize his name from.
Yeah.
So that was kind of cool.
Well, I was bummed that he didn't make it out to Gingerman, but he said he's going to be here. But I haven't had a chance to go hunt him down. Do you know what car he's in?
I believe he's in. Excuse me for looking
a Lancer.
A Lancer, yeah.
Yeah. So I'll have to go hunt him down.
I don't think he picked up this session. Not quite. It was about 2 seconds off his best time from the previous session. Waiting for Group C to fire up now, as the rest of the Group B field heads on in. And then right after this, again, this is when GLTC Race 2 would have started right now. So we're back about 10-15 minutes, and the sun is setting. It's going to be dark out there. We've got a bunch of drivers that, while we're waiting for Group C, amended Race 2 grid order. Justin Kelly couldn't get the transmission swapped in that car fast enough, so he's going to be driving a brand new build out of that camp, the 32 car. I've been told it looks horrible, but drives really good. So
which car is that? Is that the S2000 with the cage that's like there?
I think so.
Okay,
so it's not Myriad Motorsports pretty, but it's going to be Myriad Motorsports fast. Jake Jornstad's going to be switching back to the 133 car with broken axle this morning. They got that fixed.
Okay.
That was the car that Tom O'Gorman was going to drive. Tom will now be in Charlie Enselin's 362 car.
I feel like it's like we can like fire up the Benny Hill theme right now.
I think everybody they got tired of motor swaps, now they're doing driver swaps.
And car swaps.
And car swaps. So an interesting grid order. I'm not sure that Justin Kelly's third place is going to stand there with that new kind of sort of untested car. But Smedgaard and Lichty right back at the top of the order after a little bit of a dust up in race 1. They're going to be starting right alongside each other. So GLTC Race 2, if you're here for that, that'll be back about 10-15 minutes while we wait for Group C time attack to get underway. As it looks like we've got cars firing motors up, which should be on track here shortly.
I mean, the sky looks wonderful right now with all the colors.
Beautiful.
It's just a giant sky here in Juliet. And luckily, all the rain missed us. It split us. We were a field goal. And all right, so this is Group C.
Looks like it. So there's a lot of fun names on here, but it looks like Kutla in the street rear-wheel drive class, driving a Cayman. His best time in the previous session was a 1:41.5.
Are they gridded by their
finishing order? So
okay, so that's over Cayman, driven by
Kutla.
That's probably
Kutla.
right. That's better than I would have guessed. Kutla.
That's so wrong, and I'm gonna get flack for it later. Again, I don't do time attack stuff normally, so I'm just trying to get through it.
That's fine. I can hardly read, so
we're just waiting for GLTC. But time attack is it's a totally different thing to watch, right? Because I think Abe has talked about this a lot in the past, where it doesn't look fascinating from the trackside point of view, but in the car, it's wild, and I think that's what we kind of have to remind ourselves when we're watching these guys go around. They're going fast.
I'm looking at these times, and these are even different classes, and
all intermixed.
These times are even closer than the GRIDLIFE Touring Cup time. So
very close, and that's time attack really is so. When you get down to it, it's so close between all the different competitors. Also, Jackie Ding earlier smashed the track record by like 3 seconds.
Okay, when you say Jackie Ding smashed, I thought you were going to go somewhere else with that.
He's Jackie is he sent it and got time today. So
Jackie's not afraid.
Definitely not afraid. So waiting for the first of the drivers to come back around. And
do you remember what time he got?
Jackie Ding. It was a 1:28.
Oh, he got one sub 1:30 then, huh?
Oh yeah.
Wow.
1:28.967.
Wow, he crushed that.
And I think he went quicker in the previous session.
His first session out, I think he was in the 31s or 32s. He must have just been like cruising.
He came in with a fist pump to his cruise, so I think he's happy. All right, so Cayman first on through. That's the number 32 street rear-wheel drive car, starting a flying lap. Right behind him, the S2000 of Ken DeVries. And third in line, Jason Owens in the 118 Civic SI that just passed your screen right now. And again, just beginning flying laps. And then fourth in line, it looks like that is Mike Coons in the 310 Impreza WRX STI. And 350Z Kevin Harden in the 69 car down into turn number 1. Bit of a tight pack here, and this is a discussion we had earlier in the day, DJ, is the Group A guys tend to space themselves out a little bit more. Group B and C, they tend to pack a little bit closer together.
There might just be more cars.
I think there might be more cars, and it's also because their times are so close. I don't think it's that big of a deal.
Yeah, especially, I mean, they are gridded by lap time. So, I mean, this is the best conditions these guys have seen all day.
So, Tom and I discussed that. Yeah, the track's a lot cooler. The air's a lot cooler. Your engine's making more power. Your tires have more grip. The problem is that there's still weepers around the racetrack, and that's a NASCAR term. I think Tom was saying they're called seepers or whatever. Basically, the cracks in the track, they're seeping water from up underneath the subsurface. And that's sort of an unpredictable thing. And I think drivers on their warm-up lap are trying to figure out where those are, because you have the most grip you've had all weekend, and you don't want to find that you have the least grip you have all weekend when you're going fast through a corner.
That's such an interesting thing that you would never deal with in iRacing. Like, when is iRacing going to add in the weeping pavement?
It's a very unique thing about track surfaces. I'm not privy to know how old the surface is here. Autobahn, it can't be that old. I know that Atlanta Motor Speedway,
the whole facility is beautiful. So.
The oval at Atlanta Motor Speedway is ancient. Like, the asphalt there is like 30 years old, and they've had a big issue when it gets wet. The track just soaks.
It just
from the underside.
Yeah,
and it just doesn't go. So that's something the drivers will be working on. Also, the curbing, the ripple curbing holds water as well, so track out is a little sketchy.
Yeah.
So
totally get that.
First time through Ken DeVries, the number 27 goes quick. It's a 1:42.9. 1:42.0 for Mike Coons in his number 310. That is an Impreza WRX STI, so he goes through quickest.
These are just this is literally just their first flying laps.
Yeah.
Now on street tires, you don't get to just like hoon it for the entire session. probably like your first flying lap, second flying lap, maybe third flying lap.
I thought a bird just got murdered at the exit of turn 2. I think it missed. I think we're good, but that was close.
Maybe good. You know what? For the sake of everybody listening, the bird is
The bird's fine. It is actually fine. It's a bad angle.
It's fine. Wink.
So you're going to see below you the GLTC Race 2 cars getting gridded up. Well, that's coming up here shortly, but still time attack Group C happening right now. We're about 4 or 5 minutes into the session. Checkered flag already. They had very short amended sessions this afternoon to get this in before the sun falls here. So
you know, a lot of these GLTC cars must have been a little nervous with the delays and the sun setting, because a lot of these cars do not have headlights.
yeah, and it's not a required thing. I know that we've run night races in GLTC in the past, but when you know there's going to be a night race, you put headlights in, and a lot of these guys might have a spare set of headlights they can plug in. There's a whole bunch of cars here that don't have them, and that would stink to have to race in the dark.
Also, from my own experience, OEM headlights are completely worthless on the racetrack.
I'm sure.
You can't see anything.
So Phil coming back through the Cayman of Yo Kutla comes across through. Will it be a personal best? It was a 141.5.
Nope.
Looks like, I don't even know if we have them on time.
There we go.
Oh, there we go. It's 141.3, so that is an improvement by 0.2.
Cool. Found 2/10, but then you got Ken.
Yep. And DeVries ran a 141.8 earlier, so that will put him up to a 140.7.
Whoa, the times are dropping wildly. Mike Coons goes right to the top with a 40.0. What is he driving?
Mike Coons is in an STI.
This is, ladies and gentlemen, this is what it sounds like when we
Two
don't
people
know
that don't know
anything about.
I bet you Abe's watching home going, what the heck are these guys talking about? I'm trying. I'm learning.
We're looking at a piece of paper with people's names on it, and we see fast, cool cars fling by the track.
I like fast, cool cars.
Yeah, fast, cool cars are pretty cool.
So we're just waiting for the rest of the cars to come on through, and lap times still falling. Christopher Watson in his 993 street modified car goes 143.829, and Watson in a Miata was a 149.1 earlier today, so improves by, wow, that's a 6-second gain there for him.
He's figured something out drastically.
Is he still driving the Miata?
Oh, he went over and talked to the winning formula guys. He's got a K swap.
K swap now.
Yeah.
We were joking about there's a C8 Corvette out here, I believe driven. It's the number. Looking.
It's not in there.
Oh, it was in Group B.
Yeah, I think it would be in Street GT.
Yeah, I think it was a Street GT car.
Yeah.
We were joking about the transmission because I don't even know what they have in it, and I was joking it's probably like an 18-speed like Need for Speed gearbox or something.
Or like the same gearbox they use in all the Fast and Furious
movies. Just 50 gears.
Just always upshift.
So, all right, with that, Group C is off the racetrack, and it looks like Mike Coons will take the street all-wheel drive lead in that session with a 140.078. Street. Did I say all-wheel drive? I didn't say
you said all-wheel drive.
I'm looking at the Group C grid order, and I'm reading that, and I'm like, why is it doesn't match with my
How do
timing?
you say Ken's last name?
Ken DeVries?
DeVries. Okay, so
Yeah.
Ken DeVries currently leading street rear-wheel drive, right?
Yes. From my understanding, a 140.620.
I mean, there's a lot of personal bests in here.
Sure is. All right, so with that said, I am going to change some things on the screen here because we are just about to begin GLTC race number 2. If you're just joining us here on GRIDLIFE Live, race number 1 earlier today was an absolute barn burner up at the front. It was Andy Smedgard and Aaron Lichty that were literally banging door to door to the checkered flag. It was Aaron Lichty that took that victory. It was his 26th GLTC race, and I believe his 12th victory. So he's getting up that win ratio pretty high here, which is always impressive. But
Kyle, this car that Justin Kelly is in right now looks like a chump car.
I have not yet seen it.
It's just a
it literally, okay, it doesn't even have a full roof on it. So
or a wing. It's weird to see an S2000 without a wing.
It is a little bit weird. So as we wait for this to fire up, I'm just going to let everybody know on the sim racing side. Now, again, we're streaming also on the SYM TV YouTube channel for those that are watching on the GRIDLIFE Facebook page.
Yeah, all the GLTC cars right now are filing into grid. A lot of cars. A lot of cars here.
We had, I believe 26 for race number 1. It looks like we're going to have just under 30 for race number 2. So we picked up a couple, I think. But in a minute, we'll go down our grid order, run them all down for you. You can see them lining up there on the grid. On the very, very far left is Aaron Lichty. Is Aaron out there? Yeah, he is. He's just behind Eddie Smedgard. The yellow car you're seeing on the very far left-hand side of your screen, that's Andy Smedgard, who led the majority of race number 1 earlier today. So it's going to be interesting to see where he lines himself up on the race start, because he passed Lichty on the outside through 1 and 2. The question is, will Justin Kelly take him 3 wide into turn 1 again?
Well, so Justin's driving a different car. I'm not sure how much time he has driving this car.
Probably not very much.
Right. But Justin is, I have to watch film on him. He is so good on the starts every single time. So I think it's just fair to expect a 3 wide going into turn 1. And if it's not, just be pleasantly surprised.
Couple miles southwest of America's Windy City here in Joliet, Illinois for Autobahn Country Club GRIDLIFE Touring Cup. The next round of the season, after we raced at Gingerman Raceway a few weeks ago, had 3 different winners in 4 races. We'll see if we'll pick up some different winners here this afternoon. Aaron Lichty, obviously the favorite, coming in with the highest win-loss ratio of anybody here. We have a taxi cab pace car.
Yep.
If that's not the coolest pace car we've ever had, I don't know what is. So
I don't know. The Civic Type R was pretty cool.
yeah, we also had the Jacketing Supra.
Yeah, we also had, but that one, everything's flashing on it. I think the license plate is flashing.
That's pretty cool. So as we wait for the field to come around on their warm-up lap here, let's run down the grid. On the front row tonight, Aaron Lichty in the number 190 K Miata from the winning Formula stable, right alongside of Andy Smedgard in his K20 swapped 212 S2000.
Second row, we've got Justin Kelly, and then Pervez Randilia, the second, on his outside.
If he could get to second, I think he'd be pretty happy with that. Woody Hyman will start, Woody Hyman will start back in row number 3 in the number 802 car, and Luke McGrew out of West Virginia won his first GLTC race in his 6th start at Gingerman Raceway a few weeks ago. We'll see if he can get a second one here today from 6th.
Yeah, really impressive drive from Luke. Next row, we got Emil Tab on the inside, followed by Robert Manicherry.
I'll give you 1 second. I'm just being distracted. Feel free to take the next.
The next row, which would be the 5th row, is going to be Ryan Upton. He's going to have the inside on Louis
Chatroop.
Chatroop.
I'll take care of that one.
There's too many balls.
Chatroop, yeah. So he'll start in 10th. That's row number 5. Jake Price in his very brightly colored pink and blue and black Miata. He'll start in 11th. And Eric Meadows in the number 0. Got a new motor in that car after the infamous oil down at Gingerman a few weeks ago. He will roll off in 12th. And
Tiffany Kelly, the hard charger from the race 1 here earlier today, is going to be on the inside of Jonathan Yu.
Row number 8 will be Jeremy Boysen's number 99 RSX, and Ben Dozman, another RSX, in his number 10 car. Super aggressive, super defensive in race number 1. Excited to see how he can hang on to 16th spot.
And then next row, we got Bill Griffin on the inside of Scott Robertson. Both of those guys are instructing the beginner group here this weekend and also doing race car stuff.
Scott Bowling has a beautiful silver Cayman out there, starting 19th in the number 722, and Justin Lee's 2.5, what do they call that? Ecotech? It's a Ford motor in there.
Yeah, why don't you take the next row, Kyle?
Edgedigis Sadowskis in the number 707. I got experience with that one there, DJ, so no worries. Andrew Work, he's got a bright orange Honda Challenge car. Brand new to GLTC. This is his first weekend ever. As we come around in just a minute, we're going to have the field lined up and ready to go racing for GRIDLIFE Touring Cup race number 2 from Autobahn Country Club in 2020. Last couple rows, Jake Jornstad, Tom O'Gorman will be starting back in 24th. Michael Vladiff in the number 90 car. John Raymond, Domas Sinkevicius in the number 185, starts 27th, and Ben Harisco in Bill Griffin's number 46 Turner liveried car. That's going to be fun to watch that car climb through the field. Looks like we'll have either, what are we looking for? Oh, Bill Griffin's also listed 17. So anyway, as we come on through.
Everything we've said is not official.
All right, field comes on through GRIDLIFE Touring Cup race number 2 from Autobahn Country Club in 2020. Lots of time spent inside, but no longer. Green flag about to fly. There it is. Green flag in the air, and a great start by Aaron Lichty. Starts driver's left on the run down to turn number 1. 3 wide, up the inside. Manicherry tires in the dirt as they get down to turn number 1 for the race lead. Smedgard's got the nose as they come out of turn number 2. Manicherry to the inside is for 3 wide with Hyman way on the outside of turn number 2.
So Justin Kelly had to back out there. He was in the middle. He was in that car.
Oh, 3 wide up the middle. That's Dozman. Sorry to cut you off there, DJ. There was no space there, but they somehow, I think they did it. They're going to go out of our view now for about 20 seconds. Still side by side for the lead, Lichty and Smedgard, and it looks like Lichty's going to have it for now.
Yeah, I mean that was such a crazy start. The awareness from everybody was absolutely astounding. Turn 3, you had two different rows going 3 wide. There's no room. It's actually a pretty narrow racetrack. And
Not
they
wide
made
enough
it
for
work.
three.
They made it work. I feel like my heart's in my throat right now, but they made it work again.
So Aaron Lichty leads by about 8 car lengths over Smedgaard as they work their way through the backside of the course complex. Headlights on in the background as drivers might need to start using them in the trees over there. It's getting sort of dark out there. The sun is just waning off in the distance. Smedgaard's got pressure from behind, though. I believe that's Pervez Randelia's number 75 FRS as they track down towards turn number 11.
Yeah, Pervez looking like he's out for blood right now, hunting down Andy Smedgaard. Aaron Lichty is seeing that little battle in his mirror, and he is excited about that as he's just going to just put in the laps, hit the marks, and extend the gap that Aaron Lichty has built. That's huge gap right in the beginning.
Great run for Aaron Lichty as he comes on through. He'll lead lap number 1. Behind him, Smedgaard, Pervez Randelia's got all sorts of pressure from Woody Hyman behind him. Manicheri's got a great run coming forward. Ryan Upham's charging down the front straight. Looks like he's back in, put him in 5th or 6th. And behind Ben Dozman, a big line of cars. And there's Tom O'Gorman out there right now with the number 46, with Ben Harisco in that car. Drivers left into turn number 1.
I mean, they're still side by side. Tom O'Gorman against that Bill Griffin machine driven by Benjamin Harisco.
And Tomo swinging that car back to the left. He used to own that car. You see the rear end hopping and skipping over the curbing. He's got a huge smile on his face right now, I guarantee you. But Aaron Lichty pulls away with the lead for now, but he wasn't able to pull away in race number 1 entirely. He still had Smedgaard all over him. The gap at the line was 1.4 seconds. I'll guarantee you that comes down throughout this race.
You know, Aaron was a full second faster than the next fastest guy, who was Andy Smedgaard. And then Andy was a good half second faster than Pervez in that first lap. It's kind of weird seeing how close that Pervez was to Andy, and they're a little out of our view right now. But
yeah, well, I think the gap is slightly closing, about 12 car lengths from Lichty, and Pervez is actually catching the 212 of Smedgaard, so we might have a pass for second here shortly. Manicheri also charging. He might have gotten by Woody Hyman on the far side of the course. He's got Upham behind him. Kind of hard to tell. Those two BMWs are pretty identical looking.
Yeah, they're both red and they're both E36.
Yeah, it's the same.
Yeah.
So Aaron Lichty comes out and, oh yeah, definitely Smedgaard is closing now. The gap down to about 8 car lengths as they come through the final corner. Pervez Randelia 3rd, then Hyman 4th, Manicheri still 5th. Ryan Upham got the LED bar on the nose of that car, glowing white as they come across the line. And that time through, Smedgaard was quicker by 2/10.
But Pervez running the fastest lap so far of the race with the 1:34.1. Pervez currently sitting in 3rd place, fastest car on the track.
Eric Meadows tracking behind the 707 car. Edgedis Sudauskas into turn number 1, has a lookout on drivers right into the first corner, side by side for a moment, but Sudauskas is going to hang on at the outside of turn number 2, then swing back to drivers left, side by side through turn number 3. Meadows around the outside, big jump over the curb for Sudauskas. He's slow. Scott Bowling has nowhere to go, has to swing back to the left to make it to the inside for turn number 4.
The way Edgedish's name rolls off your tongue, Kyle, makes me look like a magician.
I had to get it right for Midwest Festival last year, so I had to practice it. So back onto the far side, in the distance, we can see that Aaron Lichty's lead is coming down. Gap of the line that time was 1.14 seconds. I think Smedgaard has more pace this weekend than Lichty. The problem is, where do you pass? And again, they had a little bit of a dust up at the exit of the final corner on the first race. So maybe there's a little bit of patience that's going to be required between those two in order to play nice at the front here.
Yeah, on this track, there's a lot of elements that thread into each other. There's a lot of thread the needle spots. There is a lot of places to make a mistake here, and that's where Smedgaard, he has to pressure Aaron into a mistake and get Aaron a little rattled, and then he's going to make his move. There's not like a good drafting area.
It's a 2-horse race, and the gap continues to fall that time through. Actually, it was pretty close that time through, a 1:33.6 to a 1:33.7. Smedgaard looked like he lost time, but physically looks like he's gained it. Still about 5 to 6 car lengths now as they come out of turn number 3. Pervez Randelia just far enough back to not do anything. Look at Emil Tab here. He's got Justin Kelly behind him. There's Luke McGrew in the number 5. That is a battle for, looks like 8th spot on the racetrack. Tab, Kelly, McGrew, 8th, 9th, and 10th. And looks like Harisco up the inside down into turn number 1. That looked like that might have been a pass for just off our timing screen, maybe for 16th or 17th.
And O'Gorman's in a nice little gaggle of cars. There's a 6-car battle just behind Edgedis. And right behind Tom O'Gorman is a new entry this week. It's Andrew Works, number 102. That's that bright orange Honda Challenge car. What better way is it to learn how to drive a front-wheel drive car than it is to follow 4-time IMSA winner Tom O'Gorman out there? That's pretty cool. Also, car is beautiful.
It is a really good-looking car. I got to look at it earlier. 133 car. That's the Myriad Motorsports car. Jake Jornstad's got it. Looked a little bit slow through turn number 2. I think he's got some problems with that car. Not exactly sure what's going on. But we continue to stay racing, stay green for now. Justin Lee's car sitting in pit lane with the hood up. We just noticed that underneath us here. So it looked like his car never made it out. Either that or it just came in. But did not make it out. Thank you, guys. Timing and scoring. Across the line, Aaron Lichty, Smedgard still nose to tail. That time through, just Lichty by a hair quicker.
In the last 2 laps, Aaron's only increased his lead by a 10th more.
Yeah, they're very, very equal right now, and I think Smedgard's got an advantage here. You see him swing the car back to the left, trying to close in on Lichty. Now you see right behind Manicherry, he's gotten through Woody Hyman. Finally, that's for 4th. And Manicherry didn't really have the race one that he wanted, as we got a big stack up behind Ben Dozman's number 10. That's Justin Kelly, Luke McGrew, Jake Price, Scott Robertson, Eric Meadows, and Tiffany Kelly's up here in the mix now. Continuing to run in 14th place after starting in 13th.
Oh man, we might see a Kelly battle soon here. Husband and wife fighting it out on track.
Oh, right behind Scott Bowling. I think that's Edidus Sudauskas right behind Bowling as they come through turn number 3. That got a little bit close. That Porsche is very expensive. Don't want to scratch that thing up.
Oh, once it becomes a race car, it's absolutely valueless. That's the rule.
Tomo still got Andrew Work dogging him at the exit of turn number 3. Way in the distance, we see that the headlights are on the S2000 in second. Smedgard's number 212. 1.2 seconds at the line between them as they rocket down into turn number 11.
The sun's getting quite low here. All it has to do is dip behind that tree line, and it's going to be a lot darker.
We're about a little bit past halfway in this race, 7 minutes and 48 seconds in. Oh, here we go for the lead. Lichty on driver's left. How did Smedgard get there? Side by side for the race lead, and Smedgard's going to lead at the line, up the inside, just like he did at the end of race number 1. Battle for the lead, change for the lead as the yellow S2K goes on through. Where is he getting all that pace in that final sector? Lichty, I know Lichty is having some troubles with some lockup on the far side of the track there, DJ, but that must have been a big mistake, because that was almost a 1.5 seconds that he just gave.
Yeah, so Andy was only a 10th slower than his fastest lap, and Aaron was a 1.5 seconds slower than his fastest lap. So Aaron just had a mistake. It's like what I was saying earlier. It is easy to make a mistake here, and that's where the opportunities will come for the other
Yeah, Lichty was still right on hot on his heels. Justin Kelly's got Luke McGrew way up the inside for turn number 1. Not able to complete that pass, though. Still very tightly packed. That right now is back for 10th spot. Kelly, McGrew, Price, Robertson, Meadows all line astern as they come on through. Now, Work and Tom O'Gorman side by side into turn number 1. As the rest of the field comes on through, looks like Harisco's brought the Spec E46.
Tom's still there on the inside of Work through this turn 2 complex.
They're having a good battle here.
This is a tricky spot to go side by side with, inches apart. They both keep it clean. O'Gorman hangs on for now, but how long will he hold on?
How do you not have the biggest smile on your face if you're Tomo right now? I just have to imagine that he's having a great time out there. So now the question becomes, where is Smedgard in relation to Aaron Lichty? They traded positions back in turn number 11 a lap ago. Will that stay the same way? We've still got about 5 minutes left in this race, time permitting. Smedgard, Lichty, now 2 car lengths apart, make it 1 car length. Lichty's got a great run out of the final corner. Drag race down the front stretch, drivers right, side by side down the front stretch into turn number 1. Lichty, way late on the brakes. Can he pull the pass off into turn 1? Very, very tight there. Just enough room given. Still side by side. Drag race to turn number 2. Back to the left for turn 3. Smedgard will have the advantage.
He's going to over-under him. Oh, no, he stays there.
That was incredible. Now into turn number 4. They're going to disappear out of view. We just hope that both cars will still be in view as they come out of turn number 4 and head to the backside of the course. There's a great battle for the lead.
There's a parting in the trees. We're going to see them in a second and see how that worked out.
Lichty's through. Lichty got the lead back.
So he was on the outside heading into turn 4. That's a left-hand corner. He's on the outside.
Car off in the final corner. It's Justin Kelly. Gone off in the grass. He's back on straight. No issues. No, we'll continue. That was a sketchy moment there on an untested
quite
car.
The moment. Yeah, in a car he's never driven before.
Tomo and Andrew Work still having a great battle amongst themselves as they come across the front straight right there in the fit and the 102 across the line.
They're about the same speed, but I think Work has the tires on O'Gorman.
Yeah, that bright orange Civic is working really nicely for him right now. He's probably having a ball. So Lichty and Smedgard still nose to tail I don't see the white flag in the hands of the starter yet. We might get 2 to go this time by. That's plenty of racing time left for the lead to change hands once again. We've seen Smedgaard's best corner be over here in the final sector. We'll see if he can pull it off again.
Aaron's somewhere out of our view in between turn 9, 10, all the way down to 12 here. That's where Andy's getting it done to catch Aaron here.
He's so close again. 2 car lengths, final corner. This time on this lap, still no white flag in the air, so it'll be at least 2 laps to go. 2 car lengths at the line. Smedgaard moves over to driver's right to get out of the mirror. Pervez Randilia is charging up. He just ran his best lap of the race, a 1:33.7, and that was 2 seconds faster than both the race leaders. So Pervez Randilia could make this a 3-horse race at the front.
Yeah, the 2 front cars is getting bigger in Pervez's windshield as he's creeping up on them. He just wants them to keep battling so he might be able to pick up the scraps.
Well, if they keep doing that, he's only 3.5 seconds back. If they do that for 2 more laps, it's game over. Pervez Randilia will get there and pass them both while they're messing around with each other.
Right, but right now Aaron Lichty is in front of Andy. Andy has to kind of pressure Aaron into another mistake. That's how he got in front of him again.
Good battle on the front straight. Scott Robertson and Eric Meadows, both in different generation Miatas, and out of the final corner, Eddie Sadowskis. And side-by-side battle with, I believe that's John Hughes, number 200. Woo, that was a little tight coming across the start-finish line. And there's Tomo and Andrew Work again having an incredible battle back here. Smiles on their faces, grinning ear to ear down the front stretch.
You can see it from here.
You can. Don't need headlights with a smile that big as we go down into turn 1. Out of turn 2 now as they track on through. The front-wheel drive guys having fun back here. Waiting for the leaders to come out of the final corner. This should be our white flag lap. And again, it was Aaron Lichty the last we saw them with Andy Smedgaard right behind. There they are. 2 car lengths still. White flag in the hands of the starter. 1 more lap to go at Autobahn Country Club for GRIDLIFE Touring Cup race number 2. 3 car lengths now.
They were 3/10 across the line last time. Aaron Lichty jumping into the 32s. He hasn't done that since qualifying. Runs his best lap of the race going into the last lap. Andy's still there, though. A little bit of a bobble for Aaron into turn 2 there.
And look at the run that he got into turn number 3. He's going to be there at the end of this lap. There's also some lap traffic up the road. There's 1 car they have to get through. If they don't get a wave by, it could get extraordinarily exciting for the top spot. Through comes Emil Tab. Kind of left out of the winning Formula Club at the front for now. Manicherry back in 4th. Emil Tab back in 7th. There's Chatroop across the line. Ben Dozman hanging out in about 9th spot. But where are the race leaders? As they come through the back sector of the course, they're going to disappear out of view.
You know, kudos to Andrew Work. He's been having that super close race with Tom this entire time, and they're always right next to each other when they come across the line. So they're both having a consistent, clean race the entire way through.
So they've gotten by the lap traffic now, as it looks like Smedgaard's still behind Aaron Lichty, but he is within striking distance now, 5 car lengths. Look at these guys again across the line, having a great battle back here. But into turn number 11, that's really where we're going to learn a lot about how deep Smedgaard's willing to go after the dust-up in race number 1. Is he willing to hurt some feelings over this? I don't think he's going to, but he could give it another shot here. Into turn number 11, they're going to disappear. Some lap traffic potentially in the way. Where do they pop out? Who's going to win race number 2? Out of the final corner, Aaron Lichty. Can he go 2 for 2 this afternoon? Drag race back to the finish line. 2 car lengths. Aaron Lichty picks up race number 2 of the weekend. Andy Smedgaard just behind. And for 3rd, Pervez Randilia runs out the podium. What a race. Rob Manicherry and Woody Hyman coming on through. Great battle there for 4th and 5th. And Ryan Upham 6th. And I believe in 7th will be Emil Tab coming out of the final corner here momentarily. Still some battles going on the racetrack, though, but what a race at the front of the field there.
Yeah, I mean, it was just, it was real clean and close the entire time for Aaron and Andy. And Pervez, and he put in a lot of consistent laps, and that's, he drove such a clean race and really deserved that 3rd place that he just grabbed.
So now we're waiting for the Tom O'Gorman and Work battle to come out of the final corner, see where they're going to end up. They had a scrapping battle there. There's Scott Bowling coming out of the final turn, right behind Scott Robertson. Drag race to the line for them.
Scott Robertson getting a little loose in the last corner there, but he just kept his foot in it and hung on.
Justin Kelly across the line, limps that car back after a bit of an off in turn number 15 earlier. There's Eddie Sadowskis in the 707 car across the line. Checkered flag for him. Here's a 3-way fight, and I believe that's Jeremy Boysen.
Jeremy Boysen passed both of them on the last lap.
Impressive stuff. They come on through. Boysen, O'Gorman, and Work. What a battle they had there. That could not have been any more fun for those drivers.
Tom swerving back and forth, just dancing in happiness.
What a battle. And you know what? For Andrew working that orange Civic out there, he just learned so much, and he just had the best time. Is there anything more that GRIDLIFE Touring Cup can offer you than super fun racing and a really good time? I mean, that is a perfect example of how to race each other. Lots of room given, lots of fun action, side by side, nose to tail. Doesn't get any better than that.
I mean, top 3 gets fancy wood trophies. So you could get that too.
I mean, trophies are nice, but good racing is even better.
Cedar? Is that what it
trophies.
is this time around? It's always a different fancy wood.
As we come on through, here comes Aaron Lichty and doing the winner's dance. 2 for 2 this weekend, halfway to sweeping it. But it has not come easy for him. He has had to work hard for it.
No, Andy's making him work for sure.
And I'm sure that Smedgard has had a good time as well. And remember, there was a little bit of history. We don't want to play it up too much because I don't think they were super mad at each other. I think they're just mad that it happened. A little bit of contact at the end of race 1. That makes you, especially for Smedgard, who's new to the series, you don't want to make a splash in the wrong way. And that time, I think, again, we can only see about a third of the track. But from what I saw, it looked a lot cleaner out there.
Do you count putting a donut on somebody else's car as contact? I mean, I guess you did touch them.
Yeah, I mean, I heard from the in-car footage that it looked worse on camera than it did on the damage.
Gotcha. Okay.
So,
well, I mean, we saw Andy's car, and there was no longer a donut, and there's like zero anything on it. So,
but
just some side of the tire on the paint.
But debriefing this race, Autobahn Country Club, first time GLTC's been here. We have seen 2 absolutely incredible action-packed races. We get to do 2 more of these tomorrow. And I'm really excited how we're going to line things up for race number 3. So we're actually going to start race 3 from the finishing order of race 2, which puts Aaron Lichty, Smedgard, Pervez Randilia, Rob Manicherry 1 through 4. Manicherry, big pickup from race number 1. If we have a look back at the race 1 results, Manicherry only finished 8th. He actually picked up 4 spots, and now he's going to be battling for a podium.
Yeah, but he's got to get through Pervez. Pervez was really impressive that last race. His laps were so consistent. And that consistency was bringing them back to Aaron and Andy as they battled. So, yeah, it's going to be fun watching the first race of tomorrow. What time is that?
First race tomorrow will actually be, I think it's like 10:40 Central Time. I'll take a look before we get off.
So it'll be in the morning before like the super heat of the day?
Yes. So tomorrow, GLTC race number 3 will be at 10:40 a.m. Central Time, 11:40 Eastern Standard Time. And they're going to see them all line up again. Make sure that you're following the GRIDLIFE Facebook page for the stream tomorrow morning. If you're on SYM TV watching on YouTube, make sure you subscribe to be sure that you get alerts for that tomorrow morning. But we're going to go talk to the drivers and have a fun conversation about how awesome that was to watch, DJ. Thanks for joining me up here. It was a good day. We'll be back tomorrow morning at bright and early, 8:40, I believe, for the first time attack session of the day. And we'll see you there. Thanks so much for watching. My name is Kyle Heyer, joined by DJ Alessandrini. We'll see you tomorrow for the second day of GRIDLIFE Chicago.
Have a good night, guys.